Privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to all of my colleagues in the legislature and to all those tuned in via the internet or Eastlink, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to another important day in this chamber. I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by recognizing Derek Higginbotham, a Spartan, Mr. Speaker, a Surrey High grad, who's the professor of English at the University of Hawaii, Mr. Speaker, in Honolulu, was recently awarded the Board of Regents Medal for Excellence in Teaching, Mr. Speaker, out of a competition of 600 other individuals, Mr. Speaker. He was honored by his students, and it was nice to learn from that story, Mr. Speaker, that Derek credits the quality of education that he's received here in PEI and in rural PEI, actually, for making him the person and teacher that he is. So congratulations to Derek on that. I'm sure his family and friends are proud. Also, Mr. Speaker, David O'Connor was recently recognized as Ducks Unlimited Canada's PEI Volunteer of the Year, recognized for his outstanding volunteer service and passion for conservation. So award well deserved for David. I wanted to give a special mention, Mr. Speaker, to the campaign that's underway, Meat and Potatoes by Downtown Charlottetown Inc., Mr. Speaker. It's 66 restaurants across PEI. It's winding down at the end of this month, but the uptake has been very, very positive, and I encourage all to get out. I had a chance to sample the You and My Mamie dish, Mr. Speaker, at beautiful Moth Lane Brewery in downtown Freeland last week. 106 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, from this very facility, Mr. Speaker. Verified by the honourable member, but it was nice to get up to that part of the world. What a beautiful part of the world it is, and amazing what Eric and the family have done. Eric Wagner at Moth Lane, and speaking of storytellers, as we talked about in there, probably one of the best you'd ever find would be Eric Wagner. So I encourage to get out and to try the meat and potatoes, and of course get to Moth Lane if you can. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to offer my thanks and appreciation to the MLA for Tyne Valley Sherbrooke for organizing during planning week last week of Monday a tour of the under construction Tyne Valley Rink Sports Centre and Community Centre, Mr. Speaker. I was actually blown away by the progress that has been made in such a short time. And I have to admit, I was thinking on the way up that I love the quaintness and the character of the old facility, for sure. It was a unique place to play hockey and to watch hockey. And while I will miss that, Mr. Speaker, and I know the residents and those who use the facility will miss that. They have a beautiful facility underway there. It's going to be amazing. I was joined by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, the Minister of Fisheries and Communities, the Minister of Economic Growth and Tourism, the Minister of Health and Wellness, along with the leader of the third party and the member for O'Leary Inverness, Mr. Speaker. So thank you to Tyne Valley Sherbrooke MLA for organizing that. I don't think there's anyone more proud of that facility than her, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank her for all of her efforts to get the campaign underway, and I look forward to, Lord willing, cutting the ribbon with her and so many more when that facility is ready to open. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
John, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. And I want to start by saying that it's a lovely art show which is opening today at the Guild, and it runs till May 9th, I believe. And it's the show is called The Time of Our Lives. It's been put on by instructors and students at the Seniors College classes that have been, of course, like everything else, adjusted and adapted because of COVID. But this is the 9th year that this event has gone on. And it's just lovely. They've managed to do artwork in their homes. They've met in small groups in order to do that. And that made it possible for this event to go ahead today. So that opens today at the Guild, and I would encourage everybody, if you have a chance, to go down and see that. It's always lovely. There's watercolors and acrylics and pastels and drawings and multimedia. There's the whole range of stuff. I also want to mention that yesterday was the first anniversary of the opening of Lennon House. And a facility created in large part by Diane Young's determination and stamina and persistence. And it's just an extraordinary place. I wanted to pass on my congratulations to Diane for making that dream become a reality. and for offering a safe place for residents to have long-term recovery from mental health and addictions challenges, where they learn through gardening and group sessions and healthy food and yoga and music and all sorts of other things, ways to incorporate well-being into their lives in such a way and for a long enough time that the recovery rate there, I think, will be shown to be very promising. So thank you, Diane, and to Steve Guy and to all of the staff and the volunteers and everybody who makes that place tick. And also thank you to government for the commitment to continued long-term stable core funding. It's money very well spent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize April 19th to 25th as Resident Care Worker, Patient Care Worker, and Home Support Worker Appreciation Week. These healthcare professionals are crucial to the delivery of island healthcare services here on PEI. They often don't receive the recognition they deserve, considering the amount they do for islanders. So I'm pleased to rise and recognize their important work here today. Thank you for everything you do. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize today, April 21st, as Administrative Professionals Day. As elected officials, I know we all appreciate the great work admin staff do every day in our various offices. Administrative professionals play a crucial role in keeping workplaces organized, efficient, and running smoothly. They often operate behind the scenes and without much public credit, but that doesn't change their tireless dedication and passion for the jobs they do. I would like to thank all administrative professionals in the PEI for their hard work every day and thank them for their appreciation and show them our great appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize a special day today. On today's date, 21st of April, 1926, at 17 Burton Street in London, England, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was born. I'd like to wish her a happy birthday. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to mention one of Charlottetown's cultural icons, the City Cinema. I went there last night to watch I Am Greta, about the Swedish girl, Greta Thunberg, whose campaigns incredibly effectively for youth all over the world to protest against political indifference to the climate crisis. Political indifference or even hypocrisy is indeed the norm everywhere, in Canada and even my birth country, Denmark, and Greta is effective and merciless in pointing it out. I left the movie convinced that the voting age should be lowered not to 16 but 15 years. So bravo to youngsters who speak up about real issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here and welcome my colleagues back to the Florida Legislature and welcome everyone watching from District 18 Rustico Emerald. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to first off congratulate Chantal Costello. IODE Canada, which is a national women's charitable organization, Women Dedicated to a Better Canada, has awarded her with their Police Community Relations Award, which is a pretty big deal, so congratulations to Chantal. I wanted to thank the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure because the Oyster Bed Bridge is now open. It's a huge deal in the community. It connects District 18 and District 15, of course, the Premier's district, and everyone's very excited. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be even more excited when the asphalt plants open up and we see that bridge paved and perhaps even the Church Road and Stead Road that were detours during the time of that bridge fixing up getting paved. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to mention the first anniversary of Lennon House, of course. Lennon Recovery House is located in Rustico, or sometimes referred to as South Rustico. And Diane Young has been, of course, a tireless advocate for this for many years. I remember talking to her way back when the bishop had first brought up Belcour House and said, we think we can probably make it work to get that to you, and she just ran with it from there. Lots of ups, lots of downs, many people who worked on that. I know I even had a little hand in it at one point. I was their webmaster of their website for a short time. And Mr. Speaker, Steve Guy, of course, and that whole team there has seen now a full 3 floors in operation, 23 individuals there. I got a chance to tour it a couple of weeks ago, and just incredible stuff. I was up at Lennox Island, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, sometimes they're even referring people from Lennox Island to go to Lennon Recovery House. So just fantastic job there. Great first anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it was a busy week last week, and I went to see the Boys and Girls Club of Charlottetown. I met with Carly Levy and their new executive director, Ted Lockie. We're giving them some support for their backpack program for Charlottetown and Montague. But Mr. Speaker, I also got to go to the Boys and Girls Club in Summerside, and I met with not only Executive Director Adam Binkley, who's been doing that for, I believe, 27 years, incredible, but also Margie Fowler and Susan DeRoche, who of course are part of the Lifehouse Advisory Committee. And the Boys and Girls Club is partnering with Lifehouse, it's the Boys and Girls Club Lifehouse, to really open up a services that focus on women in Summerside and helping them in many ways and their children. And I'm really looking forward to helping them and partnering with them as they move forward with their plan. Big things afoot and more news to come on that. Mr. Speaker, finally, I just wanted to end off because Robbie Carr, only 46-year-old, had died suddenly in Rustico the other day. He was one of these guys that was one of those community people who was always around doing his things. I talked to Darren Toombs, and he helped Darren Toombs clear snow in the winter. I talked to a young fellow, Logan Gibbs, who said he was like a second father to Logan. Actually, Logan had posted that on Facebook. And Marcia Doucette, who of course works at the local Robbins, said always look forward to him coming in for his coffee, 2 or 3 times a day. And she called them snookums, and that was their joke. And she always looked forward to that. They always had a laugh. He worked for Joey's Deep Sea Fishing. Mr. Speaker, he was a fisher. And he did that not just during the lobster season and tuna, but also when they ran their deep sea fishing tours. And folks like Ryan Pino, our new tax commissioner, talks about what value and how core he is to that business and how much he will be missed and the things that he did to make the experience for people going out on those tours. So I wanted to wish condolences to his family, his partner Mary Lynn, his son Jordan, and his grandchildren Blakely and Granger, as well, of course, his mother Marlene and his sister April Carr, and they just lost their father this year as well. So condolences to them. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to echo the words of the honourable opposition leader, as well as the member from, or the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Yesterday, I did have the opportunity to stop out for the Lennon Recovery House 1-year anniversary. It was amazing. I do want to thank Diane, Shannon, Steve, Ann, Olivia, and Aaron. And while I was there, Mr. Speaker, and also Pat Martell did a great job, a great video that's been shared a few times on Facebook. And while I was there, I saw actually an individual that I knew from a while back, and that individual that I talked to, Mr. Speaker, just wanted to say about all the great work that Lennon Recovery House does out in Rustico. And also the leader of the third party also want to wish all administrative professionals the best day ever. Of course, working in private business for a number of years, the administrative professionals were always the person, the gatekeeper that you would go to. They had all the information that you ever needed, so I just want to wish them all the best today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Montague, Kilmuir, and the government whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't often get up and do greetings, and I didn't realize it was the Queen's birthday today. I wasn't going to get up and wish her a happy birthday, but I just wanted to get up and congratulate my brother, Ryan, and his wife, Laura. They're expecting a baby in October, so I'll get to be an uncle come October. I think a pretty good uncle, I'd say. So I just wanted to wish them a congratulations. Always nice to see another Tory vote on the way. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Hard act to follow, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and say hi to everybody in Mermaid Stratford that's watching. And I just wanted to say thank you to the Minister of Fisheries and Communities who accepted my invitation to come on over and join me attending the Community Council meeting in Alexandra, and to spend some quality time with them answering their questions and giving them some relief, I believe, as to what obligations are for the Municipal Government Act and what they need to meet over the next 2 years. So I appreciate you coming out and spending that time last night. And also, I'd just like to point out lots of excitement building over the soon-to-open active transportation lane across the Hillsborough Bridge. You can see every day as you go across that there's been changes and finishing steps happening, and the barriers are going up right now, and it looks great. And so I've heard from numerous people in the community that they're looking forward to getting onto that bike lane, using it across to Charlottetown. So thanks to the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure for keeping that project rolling along, and look forward to the opening ceremony of that transportation corridor. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today, and I want to say hello to everyone out in District 4. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if Her Majesty is aware, but she shares the birthday with a very important person in the Department of Finance. Our Deputy Minister, Dan Campbell, is his birthday today, and he's with us for a few more weeks. He's moving on to, I guess, better things or bigger things, not going too far, but he definitely does a wonderful job at the Department of Finance, so I want to wish him a happy birthday. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wearing my Dr. Henry's today. My husband gifted me a pair of Dr. Henry's. She is the Chief Public Health Officer in British Columbia. She's an Islander. She's a strong, smart woman. And I was very, very pleased and excited to get the shoes from my husband, and very happy to wear them. So shout out to her.
Very fashionable.
They're very fashionable. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Hello to everybody in District 14. Hope you're having a great day. And I just wanted to acknowledge Anne Brathwaite. She's one of 10 university professors honored for the Excellence of Teaching and Leadership Award just recently. She works in diversity and social justice studies here at UPEI. And this is a 3M National Teaching Fellow, and we're so fortunate to have her. If you ever had a conversation with her about diversity, she's so passionate and does an incredible amount of work for UPEI, and this is a major award. So all the best, and congratulations, Anne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to all the people watching from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, and all around PEI, and to my colleagues. And I had to get up this afternoon to wish my oldest, not in terms of age, but in terms of my oldest, dearest friend. It's her birthday today, so I just wanted to get up and say happy birthday to her. Congratulate Diane Young and the team for the incredible work at Lennon House. I can remember having conversations with her when that was a pipe dream, and here we are, so congratulations. And I'd also like to just announce the announcement that I saw this morning in Health PEI, that you can register for organ donation as young as 16 years of age. You know, the health of the donor is more important than the age. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of the asks and the responsibilities that we do put on our young people, and to just really say thank you for all of the really important ways that you contribute to our island community every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. I misspoke earlier. I was overcome with emotion, and it's Robbie Gallant who passed away at 46 years old. I called him Robbie Carr. Thinking of course, his sister and her family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I miss anyone on my list? No? Member statement, the honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks, third-party house leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was extremely pleased yesterday to see the federal Liberal government move forward with a socially progressive plan to provide better access to affordable childcare. Over the last year, we have all discovered gaps in our current way of providing services to Canadians. Like many, I was worried that many of those gaps would be forgotten as we began to gradually move out of the pandemic. But I am relieved the federal government has begun the difficult task of addressing Canada's childcare needs. In my own community, I've spoken with many residents who often struggle to maintain a job while providing childcare. to their children. These young families are doing their best to contribute to the equality of their children's lives and to their own economic well-being. But too often, the high cost of childcare has become an impediment. And I'm very happy to see that aggressive steps are being made to ensure that these needs are being addressed. Of course, I expect our province to eagerly participate in both the design and the rollout of this new service. Over the last 10 years or so, Prince Edward Island has made remarkable progress in childcare, and I believe our experience will help the rest of Canada to adopt those best practices in high-quality programming. And I'm particularly pleased that this initiative will leave a lasting and productive legacy for our new generation of island parents. We all know the struggles of 2021. Costs of food, energy, and shelter are rising dramatically, and the pressures are very difficult. To begin the process of removing at least one anxiety from the minds of young families is welcome news, and I look forward to the work that needs to be done to make this a great success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Malari Inverness, third-party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few days ago, there was a discussion regarding government's plan to roll out 300 new childcare spaces, which are set to roll out this fall. While this is a great idea that many islanders are hoping to see come to fruition, I must say the answers I received from the minister didn't leave me with any increased confidence regarding the rollout of these spaces. Many questions still remain about this program, such as where exactly will these new spaces be located? How will you ensure new spaces are evenly distributed between all island communities? Have all 300 spaces been secured for this fall? How many existing spaces, after-school infant spaces, will be eliminated to accommodate the 300 new spaces? Do you have a sufficient amount of qualified staff hired to service the 300 new spaces? How will you retain additional staff as early childhood educators? And what options will be available to families that cannot make a half-day program work? Mr. Speaker, these are only some of the questions we have received from islanders expressing concerns about the lack of details of this plan. Too many times in the past, we have seen this government make grand announcements, sometimes more than once, then fail to follow through on the details while delaying the rollout. As I said in the beginning, this is a good initiative and one that will assist many island families, but only if it's done correctly. There are concerns that this is being rushed, potentially for maybe political reasons. The minister confirmed during estimates that after-school spaces would be eliminated to accommodate some of the 300 new spaces. We are also hearing from families concerned that infant spaces may also be eliminated. Private centres to make room for some of the 300 new promised government spaces. Expanding childcare access has been identified as one of the key ways to introduce parents and particularly mothers back into the workforce. I was pleased yesterday to see the federal government make a large investment in this important piece of infrastructure. While there is an urgency to get these 300 new spaces off the ground, it is crucial that we do it in the right and fair way. Many questions remain about this plan, and islanders deserve answers to the questions prior to this rollout. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The City of Charlottetown recently presented a traffic plan for the block in Sherwood for comments to the public. The problem with this traffic plan is not so much the traffic plan itself, created by a group of experienced engineers and technicians, nor the problem is that this traffic plan only deals with the flow of cars, as if cars and roads are the only things that matter. Other issues for creating a well-working neighborhood like housing, green space, pathways for pedestrians, and bikes and public transportation are not addressed at all. Some may say it is a city issue, and in some ways they're right. But aside from servicing its own residents, the city is also the caretaker of a historic city that is for all islanders, and indeed for all Canadians. So we all, including MLAs, have a responsibility for the City of Charlottetown. The link between the government and PEI in the City of Charlottetown is, of course, CADC, an institution that brought us the waterfront development, the Confederation Mall, the parking garages, and much more. One of the reasons that CADC has been so successful in the past is because of Ernie Morello, a landscape architect, who single-handedly has promoted good design projects such as the Landing Place Park, the Boardwalk, and Victoria Row. Sadly, Ernie has now retired, You would think that a city and a province who attract tourists from all over the country and indeed the world would have plenty of other design staff caring about our heritage buildings and landscape design. But no, Ernie was the only one, and now he's gone. We have a city engineer, but no city architect. We have a provincial surveyor, but no provincial architect or landscape architect looking after our landscape, our most popular feature for tourists. There are plenty of road engineers capable of making efficient rotaries and even offset left turns, but no qualified person in charge of how it looks and fits with PEI. Good engineering is great and necessary, but we need lots of other specialists as well. In the case of our visual environment, we need architects and landscape architects who are especially educated to guide teams of architects, landscape architects, planners, and yes, engineers, to produce the visionary and the innovative solutions we all need. The first step could be to re-establish CADC as a creative institution by hiring creative staff, such as a landscape architect or an architect. The next step would be to give CADC a mandate and funding to really solve some of the region's problems, such as visionary and creative neighborhood plans and housing projects. And to the minister in charge of CADC, no, I'm not looking for a job. We need somebody young for this. The possibilities here are really endless if there's professional leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as notice. The Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I took a question under notice from the Leader of the Opposition regarding the vaccination rates for healthcare workers in the province. Health PEI employees a total in excess of 6,000. As of today, 73% of all of those have been vaccinated. They were broken into 5 groups, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the vaccination rollout, grouped by risk, of course, long-term care, COVID response, patient prolonged care, etc., and then down through the 5 groups. I don't want to get into a big, long, extended answer, but I would offer to the Leader of the Opposition an opportunity to talk to Marion Dowling, the Chief of Nursing, to explain better how that has rolled out and what the process is. That number doesn't include long-term care, private long-term care, or Island EMS as well, and they've also been vaccinated. I also took, Mr. Speaker, under notice questions, important questions from the MLA from Charlottetown Victoria Park about the oversight and scrutiny government is providing with respect to the appropriate accommodation of students affected by sexual violence. Under the Act, Island post-secondary students or institutions are required to develop and implement sexual violence policies. As she outlined, the Act actually requires a post-secondary institution to appropriately accommodate the needs of students enrolled at the post-secondary institutions who may be affected by sexual violence. And the regulations speak to the post-secondary institution working with the affected student and making the best efforts to ensure that the accommodation is appropriate in the circumstances. The other question that the honourable member from Charlottetown Victoria Park asked was about reviewing UPEI's sexual violence policy as well. In regards to the incident in question, senior officials with the Department of Education and Lifelong Learning met with UPEI to learn more about this matter and to discuss how they're handling the matter. UPEI has appointed an investigator to review the matter and will submit a report to the Vice President of Academic and Research. This report is expected within the coming days, and this is information that has been communicated to the school community, Mr. Speaker. So I hope those answers provide some clarity to the important questions from yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Honourable Member from Summerside Wilmot asked me the question of what percentage of jobs for youth applications can expect to receive positions. The Employment Development Agency works with employers across PEI to provide as many positions as possible with the funding available. Traditionally, the Jobs for Youth program offers approximately 350 positions annually, and this number can vary depending on the demand from both the public, the non-public, and the private sectors. And for example, last year, due to COVID-19, we actually increased that to 704 positions. It's important to note that because the demand can vary from year to year, the percentage of applicants that receive position also varies. Positions will be posted upon the government's website in May, where students can apply directly to the employers. And additionally, the member asked what other programs are available about the summer. The Employment Development Agency offers several other programs that provide wage subsidy support throughout the calendar year, such as the Special Projects Program, which offers 388 positions last year, and also the Rural Jobs Initiative, which invested $1.4 million last year, offering 214 employment positions to islanders in 2020. We have also worked hand in hand with provincial colleagues with the federal government to promote additional funding programs such as a post-secondary program offered through the Department of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture, as well as the Canada Jobs Program and the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on March 31st, the member from Tignish Palmer Road asked me to bring back information regarding increasing per diem amounts for community care facilities across PEI. We've communicated since then, but I wanted to bring it back to the legislature. But first of all, Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to clarify that government does not set the per diem rates in community care facilities for all islanders. The department sets the rates for our clients that access care at these facilities. So these are clients of social development and housing. So every 3 years, we work with PEI Association of Community Care to establish a daily per diem rate for clients that the Department of Social Development and Housing covers. And the current agreement, Mr. Speaker, is going to expire at the end of May 2021. And representatives from the Department of Social Development and Housing will be working with the association in the coming weeks to establish a new up-to-date rate. And the current daily per diem rate right now is $81.05. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday the member for Charlottetown West Royalty asked questions about the placement of dementia patients at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the 6 alternate level of care dementia patients who were previously located on Unit 9 have been moved to Unit 3 within the QEH. This setting, Mr. Speaker, is more appropriate and allows more efficient use of staff resources. The goal, Mr. Speaker, is to provide space for these patients in appropriate long-term care or community care settings, as alternate level of care patients are best served outside hospital. Patients with dementia require a specific type of care. We expect appropriate beds to be open in the community in the coming weeks to help facilitate this move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And for our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. In the past few days, this Legislative Assembly has heard a great deal about the importance of promoting the best interest of the child, as enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. However, I'm not convinced that there is yet a clear understanding of what the best interest of the child actually means. Question to the Premier. Do you think it's in the best interest of island children for government to pick and choose where it will advance their voice and representation, or do you think government should be consistent?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important in response to the question for all governments to be as consistent as possible, Mr. Speaker. I think we all want to make sure that children and youth in this province, Mr. Speaker, are given the best opportunities to succeed, and that's what we try to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. So I was glad to see on social media yesterday that some people are now being appointed to the Premier's Youth Council, and it's a body that I believe has the ability to provide excellent feedback to government, as long as it's willing, of course, to listen to youth. A curious thing, though, about the Premier's Youth Council is that it accepts members ranging from age 16 to 29. A question to the Premier: how does your government reconcile its view that 16 and 17-year-olds can advise you on matters of policy through the Youth Council, but they cannot exercise their views in the electoral process?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. I think that advice should come to government from all aspects of society, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly don't think I limit the impact of that voice to just an age group, Mr. Speaker. I think we have to have open ears and open minds to all members of society, Mr. Speaker, who wish to make a contribution. I'm proud of the members that will make up the Premier's Council, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the contribution. And I believe I've demonstrated in this chair, Mr. Speaker, a desire to listen, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to do that for as long as I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. So, this government loves to make a big fuss about consultation, but actually if you ask many stakeholders out in the public there, they'll tell you that government is actually not terribly good at consultation itself. The establishment of the online casino, for example, or the utter mess that the mobile mental health units are obvious most recent examples. Question to the Premier: did your government consult with the Child and Youth Advocate at any point about lowering the voting age to 16?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll put my record of collaboration up against any politician in the history of this province. Mr. Speaker, collaboration is about talking, it's about listening, it's about taking good ideas, Mr. Speaker, but it's also the recognition that we don't all agree, Mr. Speaker. That's what it's all about. We had a briefing from, as I mentioned in the legislature last week, Mr. Speaker, our caucus had a briefing from the Child and Youth Advocate, Mr. Speaker, and we had a wonderful conversation. We learned a lot about what that office has been able to do in a short time, Mr. Speaker, and we talked at length about some of the priorities that were coming from that table, Mr. Speaker, which of course was 16-year-old voting.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I believe, Mr. Speaker, I said consultation, not collaboration. I think it's important. In fact, we know the province has a serious and ongoing problem with engaging with our Child and Youth Advocate. In a media story earlier this year about a lack of consultation on birth alerts, one issue that the Child and Youth Advocate raised was, and I quote, "There is no reference in any of these communications to the impact upon these children or the rights of these children or the rights these children have under the Charter." So that creates some concerns in my mind. That's the end of the quote from the Child and Youth Advocate. So I suppose it's not really any surprise then that there was no emphasis on the rights of the child in any of the interventions from government during the debate on the Election Age Act. A question to the Premier: does government simply not understand, or does it just not care much about the rights of the child?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe we've all worked together in this legislature to establish the Child and Youth table, or the Child and Youth Office, Mr. Speaker, and it's something that we all should be very, very proud of. I think it sets us apart from many of our provinces across the country. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, are we learning our way through that? Absolutely. Did we err in terms of the consultation process that was outlined in the question, Mr. Speaker? Yes, and we've readily accepted that, but I mean, we take this very, very seriously, Mr. Speaker. We're proud that we have established this office in collaboration with the parties in this legislature, Mr. Speaker, and I think we can go up from here. But look, we care about each and every islander, Mr. Speaker, and the rights of those in this province, and I think anybody in here who doesn't care about that, Mr. Speaker, probably should find another vocation.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
I appreciate the acknowledgement that mistakes have been made in the past and that Child and Youth Advocate has not always been consulted when he should have been. In another media report, the Child and Youth Advocate revealed that he was only informed of a government decision once he was contacted for comment by a member of the media. A lack of respect for the role of the Child and Youth Advocate was something that perhaps we might have expected from the previous government, but not this one. A question to the Premier: why would you establish a Child and Youth Advocate? Why would you establish a Child and Youth Advocate if you're only going to pick and choose when it's convenient for you or advantageous for you to work with them?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my experience with the Child and Youth Office, Mr. Speaker, is it's not about convenience for me or government. It's about what's best for those that they are legislated to serve, Mr. Speaker. And as I say, I think we fully recognize that there have been an indication in the past where we didn't do that, but I do think we're learning our way through this. We had a wonderful brief as a caucus. We have a tremendous understanding of how that offices work, and I think individually ministers from departments have met continuously with that office, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to do so. That's one of the things I said many times that we should be most proud of in here is the establishment of that office, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's going to do great work. They've done great work, and they will continue to do so into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. I mean, one of the great initiatives of the Child and Youth Advocate Office is the Child and Youth Advisory Committee. And they wrote to the Premier, myself, and the Leader of the third party a little while ago about actions the province could take to increase the standing and improve the well-being of youth here on Prince Edward Island. One of the recommendations that came from that advisory committee was lowering the voting age to 16. A question to the Premier: what other recommendations from our island youth will you ignore next? Action on mental health, Indigenous matters, affordable housing?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've ignored anything. I think there was an opposition bill presented in here, Mr. Speaker, that was debated extensively, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it was introduced here a couple of different times, and I don't think there's a whole lot of people in here who are opposed to it, Mr. Speaker. I think what we were challenged with, Mr. Speaker, was the lack of information, Mr. Speaker, and the recognition that there's a lot of questions out there about how we go about making a fundamental change such as this, Mr. Speaker. And I would also say that in his greetings, the member from Charlottetown Brighton talked about Greta Thunberg, Mr. Speaker, and it's a clear indication of somebody who's not a voting age but can still make a significant contribution, Mr. Speaker. So I think I'm open to the idea, Mr. Speaker. I think what everybody heard in here, what every single person asked in here, Mr. Speaker, was a little bit more consultation, a little bit more information, Mr. Speaker. And what we were told was, well, vote for this, Mr. Speaker, and then we'll find the consultation after. And that obviously that wasn't a comfort level that anybody had in here, Mr. Speaker. And democracy still rules, Mr. Speaker, whether you're 18, 16, or 75, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a well-known fact that we are suffering from a nursing shortage, and our frontline healthcare workers are tired, stressed, and burning out. We need more nurses to fill these positions. At a time when other jurisdictions are putting out the call for help, we need to also look within. We have many trained nurses living here on PEI who have left the front line because they felt they could not maintain a work-life balance in our current system. A question to the Minister of Health and Wellness: will you increase the number of part-time or flexible nursing positions across Health PEI to allow more nurses to work in their field while maintaining an appropriate work-life balance?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. And Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Health and Wellness, I am always open to any discussions that may make that balance between work life, home life, and personal life the best that it can be for any staff members within the Department of Health and Wellness and within Health PEI, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's answer. I think we need to actually start asking them. It's fine to say that you appreciate and will do anything that you possibly can, but we should start asking people that are working in the front lines. A constituent of mine is a nurse with 24 years of experience. Unfortunately for her, 20 years of her experience is working in other provinces, and PEI does not recognize off-island experience when assigning a seniority. This means that she is placed at the bottom of the seniority list and basically has to throw away everything she's worked for. Other jurisdictions do not do this. In a time that it is extremely competitive, we have an extreme shortage of nurses. We need to be looking for roadblocks for recruitment and retention. A question to the Minister of Health and Wellness: will you value the experience nurses have gained from other jurisdictions and adjust seniority to reflect this experience?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I value the contribution that every nurse, every RCW, every LPN right throughout our system makes to our healthcare system. I think that you look at the initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that we have put in place that will be being brought forward here when we bring forward the budget of health and wellness and health PEI. Initiatives, an additional $1 million, Mr. Speaker, for recruitment. But also, and to the member's point, retention, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, is every bit as important as recruitment. We have to retain the nurses, CRCWs that we do have, and there's an additional $500,000 there over the next fiscal year, an additional $2.5 million over the next 5 years. And that is certainly one of the things that we have to be very cognizant of, Mr. Speaker, is the importance of retention. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the minister's answering a different question than I asked. It is about the experience that they gained from other jurisdictions, and to get them to come here and recognize their seniority on the list to help them move up on the list so they can actually apply for positions that they are absolutely qualified for but cannot because of a seniority issue. Currently have nurses working in casual positions that do not provide them paid sick leave. We need the nurses we have to be able to take care of their health, and we do not want them going to work. We don't want them to go to work sick right now, especially our frontline healthcare workers. A question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Will you extend paid sick leave to all frontline healthcare workers that are working in casual positions?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every group of workers right across the system, but certainly within health, are represented by unions, Mr. Speaker. And I have a great appreciation for the role of those unions, the negotiations that they do bring forward when they come to the table. And again, I think that this is something, as a department, as minister, am I open to, but I have to look at what collective agreements may be in place, what requirements under those collective agreements that allow us to do something or not to do something, Mr. Speaker, before I stand up here in the legislature and give an absolute yes or no. As I said in the answer to the first question, Mr. Speaker, I'm always open to suggestions. But having said that, we have to follow process, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, with the ongoing rise in COVID cases across the country, government announced stricter border measures. We commend government for following the advice from public health in this and putting the safety of islanders first. However, just the other day, we saw charges laid against several people in Summerside who immediately ignored self-isolation requirements upon arriving on the island. We've even heard of a rise in applications for self-isolation exemptions, and I hope government's being extremely cautious about approving these. Question to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. How are you ensuring that people who come to the island know the self-isolation requirements and stick to them?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, to come to this island, you have to have pre-approval, travel approval, Mr. Speaker, and you don't get on this island unless you have that, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday or Monday was an unfortunate case where people didn't listen. But as in my statement yesterday, Mr. Speaker, my minister's statement, I talked about the good work our conservation officers are doing on checking in on people, and the CPHO, the hard work they are doing to keep islanders safe, Mr. Speaker. And I think our track record since in the past year has been pretty good, and we have to continue that good work, Mr. Speaker, and praise the people that are working hard to keep this island safe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have also heard about some examples that suggest government is not being entirely consistent in how it applies the new border restrictions. Some people are still approved to travel here for non-essential reasons, like graduations and weddings. Question to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. How are you ensuring that restrictions on non-essential travel to the island are consistently applied?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, the Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the the situation the member is talking about, you have to have pre-approval to come, and we have to follow the public health rules, Mr. Speaker, and that we are enforcing those to the T. And if you have to self-isolate, you're being checked on, Mr. Speaker. You're being called every day. You're being randomly checked, Mr. Speaker. So if anyone's not abiding by those rules, and we also have people that can report incidents that aren't, people that aren't following the rules, Mr. Speaker. So we are doing everything we can, Mr. Speaker, to keep Islanders safe, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of the work they're doing. Thank you.
The honourable member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That did not answer my question. It was about consistently applying those rules, not how are you making them, making sure they're being followed. That was the first question, Minister. Government needs to properly enforce border restrictions, but at the same time, it needs to weigh how some of its decisions affect people's lives. For example, many families have had their pre-approved plans to move here deferred or rescinded. For some who have already sold their previous home but now can't get to their new home on PEI, they've essentially been made homeless by this government. I would think that having a roof over your head is an essential reason to travel to PEI. It's certainly more essential than a wedding or graduation ceremony. Question to the Minister. Do you consider having a place to live an essential reason to come to PEI?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety, Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by commenting on the remarks from the member across on not being consistent at the border. We have been consistent, Mr. Speaker. From day one, we've been consistent, and they've been doing a fantastic job. And that's why we're in the position we're in right now, Mr. Speaker. We are the envy of this country, Mr. Speaker, envy of a lot of places in the world, Mr. Speaker. We've had 27,000 requests to come on this island, Mr. Speaker, and everyone is dealt with individually, Mr. Speaker. And if someone has sold their house in another province and wants to come here, it's being dealt with, Mr. Speaker. And if, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to make sure everyone is safe, but no one has been denied, Mr. Speaker, if they have a property to come to, Mr. Speaker, that they own, Mr. Speaker, and they're going to be a permanent resident. It just takes time, Mr. Speaker, to process everything. Thank you.
Honourable member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still didn't get that answer. I was waiting for that other question. I am glad to hear that the Minister is considering this case, but politicians shouldn't be the gatekeepers for government compassion. I don't know how many more might be in the same situation. Question to the Minister. Is there a process for people to appeal decisions, or do they have to go to you personally to get help?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not the gatekeeper, Mr. Speaker. We have over 40 staff, Mr. Speaker, in public safety taking care of this and addressing every instance, Mr. Speaker. There's people that reach out to me, and I try to maneuver them in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. I have people to reach out to them if there's circumstances where someone's stuck, Mr. Speaker, and they're islanders, they're trying to get here, Mr. Speaker. I have helped a few people, Mr. Speaker, including a few people across there, some members here, Mr. Speaker. It's a compassionate thing that I do, Mr. Speaker. And we also have a compassionate team that deal with compassionate issues for health appointments, Mr. Speaker, funerals, deaths, everything, Mr. Speaker. People are looked after here, and this island is safe because of it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of people being safe, last year media reported alarming stories of discrimination and genuine safety for individuals occurring at PEI emergency housing and outreach shelters. We understand that a review was conducted by HRA Associates with a limited time frame and budget. Could the Minister of Social Development and Housing provide an update on the review of allegations of discrimination at PEI shelters, and do you have any confidence in the findings?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I met with the contractor that we use for our outreach centres, who is the Salvation Army, very recently. I believe it was the week before last, and we reviewed the report in question with them, and I was very satisfied with the report. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we're just reviewing it internally a little bit more after that initial review, and I expect to table it in this House this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question today is to the Minister of Health. Minister, you referenced unions earlier on with a question from an honourable member across here. It seemed when you were implementing the mental health mobile units, you didn't seem to worry about unions. You met with them after the facts. So I can't understand why you can't discuss things with unions when it comes to a nurse's credentials from another province or language barriers for someone that took a nursing course in a French institution that's totally bilingual. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that PEI is having trouble retaining essential healthcare staff. And one particular area of concern is nursing, as I mentioned. As it stands today, there are 66 vacant nursing positions externally advertised on the government website. We know that that number is higher when you include internal vacancies. These vacancies have resulted in service disruptions for islanders seeking healthcare services. Question to the Minister of Health. What are you doing to incentivize islanders interested in the nursing profession to both study and work here on PEI?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of a third party quotes one number and the former Minister of Health sitting behind him chirps out with another number. So it seems that they're having some difficulty right across there getting their numbers straight. But no, I do agree, and I appreciate, yes, it's been a challenge. And again, I reiterate what I had said earlier, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the incentives that have been put in place. The previous administration, $1,100 that they provided a new nurse graduate for a return for service agreement. $1,100, Mr. Speaker. We immediately put that up to $5,000, and it is showing results, Mr. Speaker. We have at least 67 new nurses that are very interested. 50 of them, as I understand it, have already signed agreements on a return for service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've recently spoken with an auditor whose daughter is looking to enter the nursing profession. She made the application here on PEI and in Moncton. This individual loves PEI and wants to remain here to both study and work, something she would be very proud to do. However, this individual received no outreach from the UPEI nursing program, Health PEI, or the Department of Health and Wellness. In comparison, Moncton University reached out to this individual, expressed a desire to have her attend their programs and pay full tuition. Question to the Minister. And I know you didn't have time to finish your answer last time, so maybe you'll finish it this time. How are we to recruit and retain nurses in PEI when programs in other provinces are offering greater incentives?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I did not have time to finish my answer there the last time around because there was a couple of things that I had to point out with regard to inconsistencies between two members of the third party, Mr. Speaker. But again, Mr. Speaker, we are doing a great job. The department is doing a great job of incentives that we have put in place, that we have substantially built on, Mr. Speaker, as compared to the previous administration, that are showing results. And, Mr. Speaker, I've had discussions with recruitment staff in health and wellness, within Health PEI, and it's something that I am really looking forward to, Mr. Speaker, is to being able to get out there, to meet with nursing students, and it doesn't matter whether it's on the island, whether it's in Nova Scotia or New Brunswick, the results will speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just today we saw that recent graduates of PEI nursing programs face no shortage of options for employment upon graduation. While this is great news, we must continue producing and retaining nursing graduates in PEI to fill a large number of current and future vacancies. The throne speech contained a commitment to expand the nursing program at UPEI and Holland College. However, we still don't know how many new spaces will be offered or if those spaces have yet to be secured. Question to the Minister of Health. How many new spaces are you planning to offer at UPEI and Holland College for nursing programs beginning this fall, and have those additional spaces been secured?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And compared to the previous administration, yes, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at a number of different initiatives to be able to recruit and to be able to retain our valued healthcare professionals right across the board, but certainly the nursing complement that we require. Discussions are ongoing with UPEI. At the end of the day, it has to be agreements that we have to work together with our partners, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to be able to just dictate. I do not dictate, but we will continue to meet. We will work with them. And we, as compared to the previous administration, we are making great strides, and we're getting the work done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Tingnish, Pomeroy, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we often hear on PEI that young island families leave the province for better opportunities elsewhere or to simply enjoy a fast pace of life in a large city. While this is undoubtedly true in some cases, in other cases, people leave PEI because the cost of living has become so expensive, and particularly for rent and housing. And in an effort to address this, the federal government launched a rapid housing initiative, a fund designed to create new affordable housing units available for use by provincial governments. So my question is to the minister responsible for housing. Did the provincially owned, operated PEI Housing Corporation obtain rapid housing initiative funds? And if so, what did they do with the funding? And if not, why?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, of course, the Department of Social Development and Housing was right on top of the Rapid Housing Initiative from the federal government. And of course, we wanted to make sure that Prince Edward Island had the best chance to get funding as possible through this program. And so we partnered with 2 community organizations to apply for the funding, because that is, in fact, how you have the best chance of getting the funding. And we're right now, we're waiting for the federal government to make their announcements about how the funding will be awarded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tignish, Pomeroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now in my community, we have a family of 5 who cannot find affordable housing. And the community is doing everything they possibly can, but there's nothing affordable available. Now, this family has roots in Tignish. They have a support network in Tignish, and they have family in Tignish, Mr. Speaker. Not that long ago, the minister responsible for housing offered advice to Islanders with limited housing options, which was, if you don't like it, just move. While the minister may feel Islanders can just move, he needs to realize that there's not enough affordable housing to those who need it the most, especially in rural areas of Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, question to the minister responsible for housing. Do you think that's fair, or do you think people should just move?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know, that the member may be taking my comments out of context. I believe it was at a standing committee. I think he should go back and review the full answer myself. But Mr. Speaker, and you know, I will table that transcript here in the House for the whole House. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Social Development and Housing takes, providing housing for Islanders very, very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, whether that be in a rural community like Tignish or a rural community like North Rustico in my district, we want people to be able to stay in their communities where they have the supports. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we have a housing registry for families and for seniors. And Mr. Speaker, hopefully this family has applied to the housing registry. I'm not sure if they're eligible, depending on their means, but Mr. Speaker, be willing to meet with the mayor about this, and we will do our very best to find housing for this family within the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Tignish, Pomeroy, your second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will send that family to you. Mr. Speaker, as many of you know, I'm a very strong proponent for rural PEI and the issues that are facing rural populations. As I said earlier, in my community, I have families actually, seeking affordable housing. But due to a lack of family affordable housing options, they are being forced to move. They're being forced to move. This particular family I talked about now has to seek accommodations in Summerside. That's the nearest spot, 1 hour away. So my question is to the minister responsible for housing. Will you commit today to increasing the amount of affordable housing options for families in rural communities, allowing them to remain in their home communities?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think if the member looks at the record of this administration over the last couple of years, that's exactly what we're doing. I mean, there's the Affordable Housing Development Program, and that's exactly what we're doing, is we're addressing the needs within rural communities across this island.
Not for family of
We
five.
provided 50 each
Not
year.
for family of
Mr.
five.
Speaker, in this budget that's going to be on the floor, there's enough money for another 50 units that can be used across the province. And so again, I will work with the member, and if there are families in need in his community, maybe we can look at helping develop housing using the Affordable Housing Development Program or other programs we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Larry Inverness.
Yesterday, the Minister of Finance stated regarding Islanders' access to video gambling, it was a plan, not a scheme. And I might add that Atlantic Lottery Corporation has board members appointed by the PEI government representing the province on its board. At the beginning of the pandemic, there was an expectation that Atlantic Lottery sales would suffer. In fact, last year's budget projected a massive drop in lottery revenues. Question to the Minister of Finance. In its pursuit of profits, did Atlantic Lottery ever provide information to you that suggested the pandemic could be used to drive Islanders toward this diabolical home gambling plan?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member makes Atlantic Lottery sound like the big bad corporation. And I'd like to remind the honourable member, $18 million comes back to Prince Edward Island to go into general revenue from Atlantic Lottery Corporation, as it does the percentage for all provinces. So we work together with Atlantic Lottery to ensure that they're providing what we here in Prince Edward Island want for gaming, and we'll continue to do so and make sure that it's in a safe, reliable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Larry Inverness.
That doesn't quite say that they were trying to alleviate the problem here by talking to the minister about this. But, Mr. Speaker, Islanders remain worried about this pandemic because they are concerned about the health and well-being of their communities, their families, as well as the jobs that they hold. But my impression is that the Atlantic Lottery Corporation, the PEI government, was far more concerned about the profit and using the pandemic to exploit Atlantic Canadians, to drive them to their gambling products instead of other sites, and keep those senior executive bonuses just rolling on in. Question to the minister. Did you inform Atlantic Lottery Corporation and your appointed board of directors that their efforts to exploit the pandemic were not merely distasteful, but simply wrong?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honourable member, I don't know where you're getting this exploitation. I really don't. The online gaming that we are looking at is available in, yeah. Oh, yes, I do know where you're getting it from. We want to ensure that Islanders have the opportunity to, we know people are home. During the pandemic, they've been home. They're online. They are gambling. They're all offshore sites. 10 provinces right now are working or have online gaming. And we want to ensure that our province has the same opportunity to have the regulations that are put in place and the safe gaming that is available through Atlantic Lottery Corporation, and to ensure that, yes, the money that is made through Atlantic Lottery Corporation continues to come back to Islanders and all Atlantic Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Larry Inverness, your second supplementary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As noted yesterday, we know that the Cabinet authorized this home gambling option here or motion in December of 2020. This most certainly was during the pandemic. I will provide a document prepared by Atlantic Lottery Corporation and provided to the minister, which clearly indicates Atlantic Lottery's intention to exploit Islanders during this pandemic while they were home. Since the minister got the ball rolling on home gambling in the middle of a pandemic, does the minister agree with Atlantic Lottery's view that the pandemic represents an opportunity?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honourable member, the pandemic represents an opportunity in the way that we realize people are home and they are gambling online. But we want to make sure that they have a safer, regulated space to do that on. And a number of people do it for entertainment. There's a very, very small percentage that we know are addicted to gambling. There are a number of people who do it for entertainment. And we want them to choose the Atlantic Lottery Corporation site versus an offshore site where none of the money comes back to the province. There are no regulations put in place, and we will work together with Atlantic Lottery Corporation to ensure that when we do bring this live, that it is in the safest way and the best choice for Islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. News of the third wave of COVID is rolling across Canada, and it's reminding us here in PEI that the pandemic is not over and that we have to remain vigilant and, of course, follow public health guidelines. Vaccinating as much of the eligible population as possible is one of the best ways that we can help protect the public health of Islanders. We hear in our conversations now, you know, that people will say, I got vaccinated, I got my first dose last week, I'm booked for such and such a date, or I should be able to book my vaccination next week. Question to the Premier, what is our projected rate of vaccinations estimated to be over the next month?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, that might again be a question I might have to refer to the Chief Public Health Officer to completely verify. I know that as of midnight last night, we've had almost 34,000 Islanders with at least one dose. Our goal remains by the end of June to have 80% of the adult population, which is about 108 or 109,000 Islanders, Mr. Speaker, with at least one dose. I think if I stand to be corrected, but we are vaccinating in the area between 7,000 and 7,500 per week, Mr. Speaker, and we have received some positive news from the federal procurement that we'll have double the doses of Pfizer than we expected beginning in the very first week of May. So I'll be able to provide a little bit more information in the days ahead, or Dr. Morrison will, Mr. Speaker, but our goal is 80% of the adult population by the end of June, or hopefully before.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is great news. Now, last summer, we were able to safely operate the Atlantic bubble, for several months, as it was a vital lifeline for a lot of families to get to see loved ones, and also for businesses, especially tourism operators. Now, for people that have been working in the tourism industry, have been reaching out to me saying that they're excited to have news of the Atlantic bubble opening, but they're also highlighting the difficulties of having a successful season given the current capacity limits. My question to the Premier, what percentage of Islanders would need to be vaccinated to allow maybe more generous capacity limits for businesses, for festivals, or for any events this summer?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very good question, or a couple of questions rolled in there. The belief and understanding and hope is that as more and more of us get vaccinated, that brings with a little bit more flexibility. But as Dr. Morrison has been articulating quite accurately based on the science, there's still some indefinitive research as to a vaccinated person and if they can be asymptomatic and spread the virus. So as we roll out the vaccine, Mr. Speaker, we think there will be a more flexibility around that, but we're also working on some of the modeling from the perspective of, as we ease into July, August, September, what it looks like for tourist operators, what it looks like for restaurants and gatherings, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Morrison and her team are working on essentially trying to roll out in the weeks ahead what we rolled out last year with our Safe Restart, and that is some targets and goals of what we want to do as we get vaccinated and work through the next wave, and that's what I'm hoping to be able to share with Islanders in the very near future. But I agree with the member and others who have raised it in here. If you're in the tourism or accommodation business, it's difficult to plan for the year ahead, Mr. Speaker, and for the months ahead, and the longer it takes for that planning, the more difficult it becomes, and I share their frustration, and we're trying hard to deal with it as fast as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow. Second
Speaker, and yes, so as you talked about the targets and the Safe Restart, and with the public health going through that. Now, last year, we were able to safely operate the Atlantic bubble when there were no vaccines, and it does stand to reason that more people within the bubble who do get that vaccination, the safer the bubble should be when it does open. A question back to the Premier, are there any benchmarks that maybe you're looking at or public health are looking at that if a certain percentage of the population were to have that vaccine, that public health guidelines could be either tweaked or maybe reduced with this reduced risk?
The Honourable Premier.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a very good question, and I'll probably take it under notice just to get a clear answer in consultation with Dr. Morrison about it. I think probably 6 weeks ago we would have had a bit of a different answer, but I think we all know as Canadians right now that we're in kind of a race, a vaccine against the variants, and the variants are ahead. With some of the variants, we're seeing more and more contagion spread quickly and more people getting sick. And there's some indefinitive science still on what of the vaccines, if any, are helpful against the various variants. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll take that under advisement from Dr. Morrison and bring back that answer. But in short, yes, we're trying to find what that magic formula is, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately it changes every day with the science and the variants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Premier, you say that you don't think many in this House are opposed to granting 16 and 17-year-olds voting rights in elections. You say that all you needed is just a little bit more information. Well, following yesterday's vote, I think we know exactly how many people who sit in this House are opposed to granting 16 and 17-year-olds the voting right. And when it comes to information, the member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, came forward with numerous documents. We've all had weeks to try and understand and get information, good information, on what it would mean to grant voting rights to 16 and 17-year-olds. But information is a two-way street. And the information that this House is sending to Island youth is that some people in this House say that they value the voice of Islanders, that they respect the rights of young Islanders. And yet, when it comes to a decision to actually honour and uphold that, they oppose it. What the information coming from this House to Island youth is that politicians can be hypocrites. A question to the Premier. Are you personally, a question to the Premier, are you, question to the Premier, are you personally opposed to 16 and 17-year-olds being granted the right to participate in elections or PEI?
Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said all along, I don't think anybody is fundamentally opposed to it. I think there were questions that were raised, and if we want to go through some revisionist history here, Mr. Speaker, the first time the bill was presented here, it was taken off the floor to get more information, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, that some of the information came back, but many more questions persisted, Mr. Speaker. And it is a fundamental change in how we do things here. And in light of everything that's going on here, it's not something that we should make as a knee-jerk or some kind of magical response. Everybody in here is elected by constituents, Mr. Speaker, and they have a voice to represent, and each one of them have to figure out how they want to represent that, that voice, Mr. Speaker. Personally, I've been weighing this back and forth, Mr. Speaker. I think my own view, I don't feel there's a fundamental challenge to this. I don't think it's a big deal. I think that we will see 16-year-old voting in this province, Mr. Speaker. I'm only one vote in here. I didn't get to be here yesterday for the vote. I think if I were here, Mr. Speaker, I probably would have supported the bill, but I was on the fence all along, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Brighton, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great news for those who are considering buying an electric car that this government has announced a $5,000 subsidy per car. It's less good news that subsidies like this favor better off people, those who can afford to buy a car to begin with. I favor other alternatives, like, for instance, sharing a car where you subsidize families in need, not electric cars. So my question to the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change: how are you ensuring that low-income families will benefit from this subsidy through car sharing or any other way?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't know. I'll let you in a little secret, and I can't take credit for it. The member from Summerside met with me last week, and he asked this very question, that if someone were to get a car shipped in from another jurisdiction through a dealer and it was $5,000, he asked me what the rebate was and I said it'd be $5,000. So if you want to go and work with your local dealership, find a car that somewhere is off the island that's $5,000, you will have yourself a free car, and that's how we're going to help islanders. They want to do a little bit of digging and work on their own, and I want to thank the member from Summerside for pointing that out to me, and I think it's a great opportunity for everyone to get an electric car if you want to spend less than $1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
End of question period.
You got to find them.
Okay, end of question period. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize resident care workers, patient care workers, and home support workers as we celebrate RCW Week. Many Islanders, Mr. Speaker, have stories about a resident care worker that has made an impact when they or their loved one were being cared for. And Mr. Speaker, I certainly personally could share a number of those stories myself. Mr. Speaker, on PEI, many RCWs work in public and private long-term care facilities, but they also work in mental health, home care, and in hospitals. Mr. Speaker, these professionals provide compassionate, high-quality health care to Islanders each and every day, and I want to personally and publicly thank each of them for the important work they do. Mr. Speaker, throughout an especially challenging year, they have bravely worked the front lines to ensure their patients are safe, healthy, and content. And Mr. Speaker, they have not only been a professional support, they have also supported people in other ways throughout this difficult time, when their patients may not have been able to be with their families and friends in person. And Mr. Speaker, as we continue to build a stronger, more sustainable healthcare system, we recognize and appreciate that RCWs are valued members of our healthcare team. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, we announced a new training program to provide support for Islanders who want to work in healthcare settings, including those who want to work as RCWs. Skills PEI will provide funding for up to 70% of course fees to assist with any financial barriers that may be in place for those interested in becoming an RCW. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that this additional funding will also add more spaces for RCWs to access post-secondary education in PEI in the 2021-2022 school year. I encourage all Islanders to find special ways to share their appreciation for RCWs this week. As Minister, I am extremely proud of our resident care workers, patient care workers, and home support workers. I ask the members of this House to join me in recognizing their outstanding support to Islanders and their contributions to the healthcare system, especially during these difficult and challenging times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke in the opposition whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and recognize the incredible work and contributions of our resident care workers and personal care workers and home support workers. As the minister noted, the work they do day in and day out is just incredible in the care that they give for Islanders who are at various stages of in need of support, and that we know that these workers go over and above normally, but especially during these times, during COVID, we have called upon our RCWs in particular to take on extra challenges and extra supports as we were going through various stages of isolation and where families were not always able to be there to provide the same care that they would, for example, in our long-term care facilities for their loved ones. So we have really seen an incredible strain that has been put on these workers, and they have really stepped up, and I want to thank them for that. It is very good news to hear that there is additional funding being put forward for training for new RCWs. That is an important step. I want us also to remember that we must look at retaining the RCWs that we do have and look at what more we can do to support these workers, both in their future training. So are we providing opportunities that they can access to further their skills, as well as things like accessible childcare, that they can access after hours? Are we meeting regularly with their unions to engage in conversations about what they need? So, Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise today and thank our RCWs, PCWs, and home support workers for the incredible work they do, and I look forward to further discussion on how we can support them and how this government can support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Valerian-Inverness, third party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to recognize April 19th and 25th as Resident Care Workers, Patient Care Workers, and Home Support Workers Week on Prince Edward Island. These healthcare professionals play a critical role in the delivery of island healthcare services. Often, when people think of healthcare, the first thing that comes to mind is a doctor or a nurse. However, there are many different positions that make up our healthcare team, and these are 3 health professions that are valuable and often underappreciated members of that team. These professionals often have more face-to-face time with patients and families, establishing connections and making everyone feel safe and welcome. They also tend to go beyond and above what their responsibilities require of them, simply to ensure their patients receive the very best possible care and families' concerns are heard. Despite the previous year bringing new challenges to the positions, these healthcare professionals adapted and continued to offer healthcare services to Islanders with the professionalism and compassion they pride themselves on. So I certainly would like to thank the many resident care workers, patient care workers, and home support workers on PEI for their great work, especially those that are at Community Hospital in O'Leary, those at Margaret Stewart Elswing Long-Term Care and Home Care and Support in my district, Mr. Speaker. They may not always receive public credit that they deserve, but they do have the trust of many Islanders. And I want to single out 2 individuals from my district that I want to mention. Is Carol Ann Riley from the Nauvoo Road. She did a lot of work to provide respite care to my mom and my dad when they were going through times through home care and support. And another individual is Jean Ellsworth. She is from the Howland Road, and Jean is actually quite an inspiration to people who want to enter into the workforce. Jean had maybe some literacy issues, got some upgrading. I think she received some awards actually from the Literacy Council of PEI. Today she is a resident care worker at Community Hospital in O'Leary at Margaret Stewart Elswing, and has really been an inspiration to many people to what she overcome to enter into the workforce and be a productive member of our healthcare team in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The honourable member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table. I guess advice to Islanders from the Minister responsible for Housing, CBC article dated March the 3rd, and also Hansford on the 13th of January of this year, and seconded by the leader of the third party that the said documents be now received and duly on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table the full-page ad taken out in today's paper by Farmer Brian Maynard and co-signed by numerous farm families on Prince Edward Island, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that said document be now received and duly on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table the Social Assistance Policy number 5-6-3, pre-added budget. And I move, seconded by the honourable member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, that the said document do not be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table a written question to the Minister of Environment, Environment, Energy and Climate Action regarding the percentage of water that is used in the Dunk Wilmot River watershed, and I moved, seconded by Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, but that the same be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
The honourable member from Larry Inverness, third party whip.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of this House, I beg leave to table a document showing that Atlantic Lottery Corporation's clear desire to capitalise on the pandemic as an opportunity to make more money online gambling, and state an opportunity will diminish if launch is post-COVID. And I move, seconded by the Leader of the third party, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in response to questions about the relationship between citizenship and the right to vote. And I move, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and I move, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Best Interests of the Child, meaning an application in Canada. The document contains the what and the how when it comes to the best interests of the child. It highlights lack of political leadership in Canada and what it means, the urgent matter that we face in terms of making children a true political priority for all Canadians. And I move, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table a document by the Canadian Bar Association entitled Best Interests of the Child, a Threefold Concept. And I move, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table correspondence between my office and the Chief Electoral Officer, which explains the role of elections PEI in municipal elections and notes minimal communications with the Department of Fisheries and Communities. And I move, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Table of documents. Did I miss anyone? Reports by committees. The honourable member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management and yourself as Chair, I beg leave to introduce the report of the committee regarding Bill 108. I move, seconded by the honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, that the same be now received and do lie on the table. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 110.5 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly, I will be moving the motion for adoption of the report tomorrow, Thursday, April the 22nd, 2021.
Shall it carry? No more reports by committees. Introduction of government bills. Motions other than government. Orders of the day other than government. The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call that motion 30 be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Motion 30. The member for Charlottetown Belvedere moves, seconded by the member for Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, the following motion. Whereas social assistance clients are entitled to essential vision assessments and eye care. And whereas corrected eyesight is integral to daily life and health. And whereas the social assistance policy that sets the rates and conditions for support has not been updated since November 2007. And whereas the rates currently covered are $54 for an eye exam and $115 for frames and lenses, which is not sufficient to meet the actual costs incurred. And whereas social assistance clients would be unable to pay additional costs, and as a consequence may not be able to afford eye care to correct their vision. And whereas uncorrected vision can then lead to follow-on issues, including falls, for example, which have their own costs to the individual and healthcare system both. Therefore be it resolved that this House urge government to review this policy and increase the fee paid for visual assessment to align with the current average fee. Therefore be it further resolved that this House further urge government to increase the coverage for basic frames and lenses or contact lenses to reflect current average cost. And therefore be it further resolved that these increases be done in consultation with the PEI College of Optometrists.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion highlights the lack of oversight and investment in providing basic affordable care to those who need it most, social assistance clients, by looking at a specific policy that is woefully deficient. There are over 80 policies relating to the administration and allocation of social assistance. There are policies that determine eligibility, including cohabitation, minors, employees on strike, emergencies. There are policies determining how much money you are allowed to keep and earn. There are rates of expenses for utilities, clothing, shelter, prescriptions, cleaning supplies, transportation, even a special allowance of a whole $50 a month for food when you're pregnant. And of course, there are special needs policies for disabilities, dental care, visual care, hearing, and burials. Many of these policies are out of date, especially the ones relating to expenses. Some are more than 15 years old. We already know that islanders who are in receipt of social assistance or accessibility supports are living in poverty. Nobody on social assistance is there and getting rich. Depending on their family circumstances, they may be as much as 50% below what we have agreed is the market basket measure for somebody to be living within the means that they need. Referencing Social Assistance Budget Policy 5-6-3 for food, clothing, household, and personal requirements, a single individual gets $400 a month for every expense that is not related to housing. Everything else that they have to spend money on other than their housing has to come from $400 a month. That's food, clothing, cleaning supplies, personal hygiene, transportation, everything. It is just not possible for someone who is living under these restrictions to find extra hundreds of dollars that they would need to pay for a current prescription pair of glasses, especially if they have a complex prescription. For example, my glasses are trifocals, and they cost $700 just for the lenses, excluding the frames. I have the privilege of being able to afford that, but even then, it's not something that you can do out of pocket, and imagine if you don't have $7, let alone $700. The Visual and Optical Care Policy 6-7, last revised in November 2007, provides $54 for an eye exam and $115 for frames and lenses. It goes up to a whopping $145 if you need bifocals. According to the optometrists that I've consulted, the amount allocated for glasses and eye exams hasn't actually been increased since at least 1994. I've spoken to a number of optometrists who have been looking at these same fees being made available since they were licensed. So that means that this policy is actually almost 30 years old, not just 15. For reference, the current rate for an eye exam is around $125. Beyond the challenges this places many islanders in financially, it is also a burden on the optometrists who are faced with the prospect of having to provide either discounted services and eating that cost, or only being able to provide clients in need with the barest minimum of vision correction. This is in nobody's best interests. Again, people don't go to get glasses because they want to be fashionable. They go to get glasses because they need to correct their vision. And not having corrected vision actually is a health issue. It's a safety issue. And it's an issue of dignity. I am pleased to share that both the College of Optometrists and the Opticians Association in PEI and their membership are in support of this motion. and are more than willing to be consulted on how best to update this policy to more accurately reflect the real need of islanders. I'd also like to head off now a common pushback I've heard. Why don't people just go online and get their glasses there? It's so much cheaper. This presupposes a lot of things, including that people on social assistance have the availability of internet access and the skills to use it, the availability of a credit card to allow online ordering, and that the quality of glasses purchased online without the expertise of an optician would actually be appropriate. It's also, again, not looking at our local expertise and following that we should be, as much as possible, trying to service and provide our services locally. But, Mr. Speaker, I think this policy raises a bigger issue beyond that of a policy which is terribly, terribly out of date. There are many more in that 80-plus policies that are just as bad, and probably more in other areas of the same department and across government. What does this say about the needs of the clients that these policies are meant to serve? And where are they in priority for government? What does it say when we have policies that are so out of date and nobody has noticed or put them onto a priority list to make them something that we should be reviewing? This was only even reviewed in 2007, let alone not updated. And what does it say about our attitude to providing financial support to islanders in need when we have over 80 policies in place that tell us how to do that? This is the very definition of red tape and administrative burden. Imagine what it must be like for the client on the other end, knowing that there are 80 policies that decide how much money you will get and exactly how you're going to spend it. And at any time, every month of the time that you are on that provision of support, somebody somewhere in an office can call and ask you to prove how you are complying with that policy, that out-of-date policy that they have in their book, that decides whether or not you will get the money that you need to be able to actually have some form of dignity or not. Mr. Speaker, we recently passed the Poverty Elimination Strategy Act in this House. One of the recurring themes in discussion with stakeholders, including this government, was about how we would achieve progress on the targets in that legislation. I would suggest that the government should start with a clean slate overhaul of the social assistance policies and programs, including those that are under accessibility. This is not news. This is not a new idea. We know how hard and how undignified those policies and that entire program is. We have heard it from the Auditor General in her report in 2018. We have heard it from the clients who are a part of that system. We have heard it from the people that work in government in that department, and we hear it from our communities. It is time, Mr. Speaker, that we step up and say that we need to think about beginning with a clean slate and saying, how do we serve islanders who need this support, who are not able to enter the workforce, who are living in poverty, but deserve the security and dignity of an unconditional support that does not ask them to demonstrate on a daily basis how and why they should be given the funds they need to buy food, to buy cleaning supplies, to buy personal hygiene items, to get glasses for their kids. The cohort of islanders in receipt of social assistance and financial support via the accessibility program are very specific and limited. We are talking about 5,500 islanders. And a redefined program of support that is based in security and dignity rather than exclusion and denial would be life-changing. It is also a tangible group of people that we can identify and that we can serve. So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking for your support not only for this motion, but for action. This government can signal its intent to do the right thing by approving this small but important step and starting with this policy as something that is tangible and that demonstrates that government does have the intent to take action on poverty. It may not feel like much, but by immediately reviewing and updating this policy through consultation with the College of Optometrists and the Opticians Association to ensure that we can provide financial support for those islanders who need vision and optical care, we can show that we actually mean to do the work that we said as a legislature we were going to commit to do. I would look forward to speaking to the Minister from Social Development and Housing about how we can do that greater work. But this policy is a place to start. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude those remarks, I would like to thank personally Peter Rukavina, who began the process of bringing this motion forward by contacting me about his experience of advocating for his son, who needed corrective care and is on social assistance. And through the process of advocating for Oliver, found the huge gap of what was available for support and the cost for what Oliver needed and needs. High quality, properly corrected vision reviewed regularly is a necessary precondition for employment and education, Peter shared, to say nothing of simply being able to exist day to day with confidence and comfort. This is a modest, targeted motion, Mr. Speaker, urging government to review this policy and increase the fee paid to align with the current average fee, to urge government to increase the coverage for basic frames and lenses or contact lenses to reflect the current average cost, and that these increases be done in consultation, as I previously mentioned, with the College of Optometrists and Opticians. So thank you to Peter for being a strong community advocate and for his son, and for speaking up on something which actually will impact Islanders beyond his own space, but also recognising that this is something which we are, Mr. Speaker, I believe morally obligated to do. On that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke and the opposition whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today as the seconder of this motion. And I want to just take a minute to reflect on the value of looking at the health impacts of preventative care. And this is a perfect example where if we are investing in routine eye exams and preventative eye care for low-income Islanders, we can really not only save costs in the future for our healthcare system, but also greatly improve the lives and well-being of Islanders. So I want to talk about that a little bit. When we have comprehensive eye exams done, they don't only just test your vision, but it also gives the optometrist a chance to have a close-up look at the inside of your eye, and there's really a lot that they can learn from that. So this includes, blood vessels and veins and nerves, all of which contain clues to the condition of your overall health. So, health conditions that may show up in symptoms in the eyes can include tumors, autoimmune disorders, thyroid disease, sickle cell disease, liver disease, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, and all different types of other neurological and brain disorders. So when we are supporting Islanders to get these regular vision care checks, we're also making sure that we're catching a lot of these other health issues early so that they can get the care that they need for those conditions. As well, doctors of optometry are often the first healthcare professionals who detect high blood pressure. So a lot of people might not realize that, but that again is something, if you catch it early, that you can really do a lot to support Islanders in maintaining and sustaining good health. As well, optometrists are often the first to see indicators of diabetes when they are looking at the eyes. So this is another example. A comprehensive eye exam can identify unusual structures or growths within the eye, including rare forms of cancer, which can be life-threatening if they spread. So, we're really talking about a service that can be life-saving for Islanders. Early treatment is critically important to prevent some common eye diseases from causing permanent vision loss or even blindness completely. Cataracts, so the clouding of the lens, the leading cause of vision loss in Canada, for example. The wait times, for example, Mr. Speaker, for cataract surgery, the wait time here in PEI is currently 481 days. So, if we're thinking about ways that we can prevent people from needing this surgery in the first place, or from making that situation worse, if we're able to catch these conditions early, it can certainly help with the severity of those conditions. I want to touch on one more thing here. that eye exams for children are not only important for their health, for all the reasons we've already talked about, but that they are also important for their education and for their ability to engage and communicate in day-to-day life. So the symptoms of possible vision problems in children, you know, it can include poor performance in school, not wanting to go to school, difficulty paying attention, difficulty when reading and writing, and trouble seeing the information on the chalkboard at school. So for children, it is absolutely critical, in particular, that they are supported to have regular vision care checks and that they are able to get the corrective eyewear that they need in a timely manner. We know that children from lower income families face disproportionate challenges in our school system already. So ensuring that they have clear vision, Mr. Speaker, is the least we can do. So I just want to conclude by you know, thanking the honourable member for putting this motion forward, and I stand very much in support, and I look forward to further discussion on this topic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable leader of the third party.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and speak to this motion. As this motion is noted, corrected eyesight is crucial to one being able to enjoy life and avoid safety concerns. Without proper eyesight, your senses are inhibited, and you can also experience struggles with balance, leading to potential falls and head injuries. Like many other things in life, the cost of vision care increases over time, and support programs must also rise to reflect these increased costs. Folks who are on social assistance are using this program don't have the additional funds to pay for this procedures beyond what is covered by social assistance. The pandemic has also created additional hardships, particularly for vulnerable low-income islanders, making them even further unable to access these necessary vision services. We now face situations where islanders are not getting necessary vision care because they simply cannot afford to pay the cost beyond what is covered under social assistance. This is an unacceptable situation and one that should immediately be addressed. I would like to thank the honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere for bringing this motion forward, and I'll be happy to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise and speak to this motion. First off, I just wanted to thank the member for bringing the motion forward, and I do want to say that I support the intent of this motion, and I'm very pleased to inform the honourable members here in the House that the work suggested within this motion, in fact, has already been started and is being carried out by the Department of Social Development and Housing. Mr. Speaker, the staff in Social Development and Housing really, they want to help people, and that is their prime directive. They want to help our most vulnerable, and they really care about making progress in this area. The member across talked a lot about the multiple policies and the rework, and this is a good place to start. And let me assure you that the work is underway within the Department of Social Development and Housing. So updates to the vision care and optical care for social assistance clients are in the final stage of implementation. And applicants who will qualify for social assistance or accessibility benefits are eligible for essential vision and eye care, as we know, including eye examination fees, basic frames and lenses when prescribed, and repair or replacement of basic frames and lenses when necessary. Now we can talk about that scope a little bit more. Maybe we do need to make more adjustments there, but I feel like we're making good progress. So the visual assessment fee will be increasing pending the approval of the 21-22 budget that's on the floor right now. And the fee will be more in line with current assessment rates. Will it be as high as we need it to be? That's up for debate, and I look forward to discussing it. But we are raising it in this budget. In addition, there are considerations for more frequent eye examinations to dependents aged 14 years or younger and adults aged 50 years or older, if recommended by an optometrist or physician. So, Mr. Speaker, while the vision care policy on the government's website does list the most recent update as 2007, I know the member says it goes back maybe to 1994, but I can assure the House that an updated policy will be available on the government website after the passing of the 21-22 budget that's on the floor today. So you're going to see that updated policy very, very soon. And Mr. Speaker, the Department of Social Development and Housing commits to communicating with the PEI College of Optometrists as we continue to move forward with the adjustment of rates for social assistance and assured income clients. And Mr. Speaker, that is a point I just wanted to make sure was clear. This is for social assistance and assured income clients. It's important that we note that. And you'll see that in the budget that's on the floor. And again, looking forward to feedback on that. Also, Mr. Speaker, I did want to acknowledge that the Auditor General has been very clear in her recommendations about looking at social assistance and assured income. And if you go back to the 2018 report, which the member did refer to, I mean, one of the things it says is the department should complete annual reviews in accordance with the Social Assistance Act regulations. And we have that, the status of that particular recommendation marked as in progress. So we're not completed that yet, but that is fully in our plan to do annual reviews, and we're working towards that. And I can tell you that the staff in social development housing and in particular the senior management that's responsible are working to make that happen. So I wanted to clarify that, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, of the 11 recommendations the Auditor General made in 2018, 8 of those 11 have been completed, as opposed to that one that I just mentioned that's in progress, and then a couple of others. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing I wanted to talk about today is a pilot project we have on the go in social development and housing, and that's the secure income pilot. So what we're doing is targeting people on the assured income side of things. And Mr. Speaker, the whole idea is to reach that 80% of market basket measure for those clients. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I'm working with the department on right now is really reviewing the secure income pilot. And in the context of the report that came out of British Columbia that talked about basic income and reviewed it, and in that report they talked about a targeted basic income as being something that might be more appropriate than a universal basic income. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're working on right now is taking the secure income pilot and, in fact, and it's really not that far away from being a targeted basic income. And I think that's really important because, Mr. Speaker, that will allow us to make even more progress in this area, and not just of course, Mr. Speaker, on the vision care for social assistance, but also for assured income and across the board. So this pilot started back, I believe, in February 2020. It's going till at least June of this year, but again, I'm working to make this more of a targeted basic income type pilot. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I do want to make it clear that I do support this motion. Again, I urge all members in the House to support it, and thank the member for bringing it forward, and look forward to maybe bringing it to a vote today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? If not, I'll go back to the mover of the motion, the honourable member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed encouraging to hear that the department has been working on this specific area. Again, I would reiterate that given the current funds that are provided as the base funding for those who are in receipt of social assistance and the assured income accessibility supports, that the other provisions of funds like this one need to be as close as possible, if not at market rate, because these clients do not have any other additional funds. So, what is currently happening is that clients are either not getting tested on a regular basis because they don't have the other $100 that they need, or opticians are helping out, which is not appropriate or fair to those professionals, though of course they're professionals and they're doing the best they can. And my other point is still appropriate, that there are 80 policies, and at least 30 of those are around the conditions that are in place for the allocation of expenses. So we have the same issue when we look at dental care or when we look at the provision of assistive devices or whatever the other expenses are. I am really encouraged to hear that the department, however, is looking at this. After all, the recommendations in the 2018 AG report are now 4 years old. And so that department has had a very long period of time under 3 different ministers to move forward. And again, it comes back, Mr. Speaker, to priorities. Part of the reason that the Poverty Elimination Strategy Act is important is because it actually puts timelines and benchmarks in place. I know the department has indicated that whilst those are aggressive, they are doable. And this is an example of a place where we can move this file forward, but we can't take 4 years to talk about it because we're going to run out of time. So on that basis, I do look forward to there being further discussion in estimates, and then on the submission of the budget, I would hope that means that this policy is updated and ready to go as soon as possible afterwards, because this is something that will directly impact islanders who will thank you for making that change happen. I would just like to comment, Mr. Speaker, on the secure income pilot. I am looking forward again to further discussion on this, because there has actually been very little information provided to the House or to the public about what the intent, the design, or the ongoing monitoring of that program is. From the original press release that came out on it from government over a year ago, there were 400 participants who were receiving about $187 extra a month, which would cover part of a pair of glasses. So I think there's a number of questions that we would have from the perspective of the conditions that we identified as being really important in terms of providing security and dignity for people living in poverty. And those include, how do you choose who gets to participate in a program and who does not? That's always been one of the challenges, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about a pilot, is a pilot by its very nature picks winners and losers. And if we have 400 people out of 5,500 who are being chosen to participate in a program where they get extra money, I'm very grateful that there are islanders getting extra money, but I really worry about what happens to those who don't get it. And of course, I worry about what happens if and when that pilot ends. Because if you're very poor, $187 is not a lot of money, but it's a huge amount of money. And if you take that away from somebody, then that's going to mean that there's something that they no longer get to have. I would also note, Mr. Speaker, as I look forward to finding out more information about that the BC report that we hear a lot about made a couple of other recommendations which I think are really important and relevant to this conversation. And one of those is that it recognized that whatever solution or solutions are selected to support people living in poverty, there will always need to be more than one thing that's provided. You will always need a suite of different solutions because there are different needs in the community. A really good example of that is not everybody needs glasses, but those who do, there needs to be something in place for them. Not everybody is disabled, but those who are will need supports provided for them, and what those supports look like will look different for different individuals. So even if we provide a core of financial support for people living in poverty, some people will need different things in addition to that core support. Everybody needs housing, everybody needs food, but not everybody has the same additional needs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we also know that one of the main things that came out of the Special Committee on Poverty that did such great work here on a basic income, one of the most important principles that committee identified that I think we need to take to heart when we talk about how we provide services and programs to people who are living in poverty is this notion of conditionality, that we have to have conditions about how you are eligible and why you get support. Conditionality is where bureaucracy loves to live. Conditionality is where the rules happen that prevent people from being able to get the services they need, and conditionality is where somebody somewhere gets to decide who is and is not eligible. And Mr. Speaker, the core of a program that's based in security and dignity does not have conditions. It has support. So I look forward to seeing the funding extended on the approval of budget. I look forward to further discussions and challenge the Minister on the secure income pilot and how we can make that more robust. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to bring this motion forward on behalf of islanders for whom it will benefit the most. Thank you.
Okay, Okay, honorable members, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, say nay. Honorable member, your motion passed unanimously. The honorable member from Mermaid, Stratford, and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that motion 39 be now read.
Should I carry?
Carried.
Motion number 39. The member for Charlottetown Brighton moves, seconded by the member for Summerside South Drive, the following motion. Whereas landowners have always been able to harvest and saw their own wood on PEI. And whereas thousands of island homes have been built from local lumber. And whereas the building code requirement for stamped and kiln-dried lumber often excludes local wood products, but does not necessarily mean safer buildings. And whereas locally produced lumber is by far the most sustainable building material. Therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to immediately allow the use of unstamped and not kiln-dried local wood for single-family homes up to 3 stories.
The honorable member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few hundred years ago, PEI was rich in quality lumber, and much local wealth was created by building wood ships and sending them off to Britain loaded with more lumber. While high-quality lumber is now gone, local sawmills have been providing lumber for rural houses up until the 1st of April. As of that date, the National Building Code is enforced everywhere on PEI, and one of the requirements is that the lumber used be kiln-dried and grade stamped, ruling out local mills, many of which are portable that simply come to your building lot and cut your logs on site. Lumber prices have exploded recently. 2x4s, they used to be $2 and now $8. So prospective homeowners can save tens of thousands of dollars by supplying their own wood, but no longer. It's simple to amend the code. Charlottetown, who adopted the building code decades ago, has 10 amendments that make the code less restrictive, so no worry about liability, as the Minister of Justice has earlier indicated is a problem. I will be happy to provide the technical wording needed to the Minister to help eliminate this expensive April Fool's joke. So, is stamped and kiln-dried lumber safer? Not at all. Contractors and carpenters all comment on the poor quality of imported lumber, which is kiln-dried and stamped. Any carpenter worth his salt know that just by looking, you can see if a piece of wood is sound or not. And all heritage buildings on PEI, including the building that we're in, are built of local, unstamped, and not kiln-dried lumber. Aside from making homes more affordable, using local lumber also stimulates the local economy and is far more sustainable than imported lumber. And building your own home from your own woods is an island tradition we definitely want to keep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honorable member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of construction has skyrocketed with the price of building supplies, as my honourable colleague has pointed out. I heard recently that someone who has a permit from before the code change came in will be saving about $19,000 in the cost of construction for a seasonal home because they can use local lumber. If we want to get more islanders in homes, we should be ensuring that our policies make that easier. The cost of buying existing homes has also skyrocketed, so that is less of an option for many than even a few years ago. We only have a limited amount of lumber we can use, but we should be using it. We should use it to the benefit of those who live here, and we should be using it sustainably. Local wood does not need to be transported, thus reducing its greenhouse gas emissions compared to imported wood. Local wood delivers economic benefits to PEI through import substitution. Our wood is a valuable local resource, and we should be promoting its sustainable use. This motion urges government to make a small change that can save islanders huge amounts of money while encouraging more housing stock and rewarding an important local industry. I do hope this House sees fit to agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there anyone else to speak to the motion? Oh,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn debate, seconded by Mermaid Stratford.
It's me. Show it carry. The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from O'Leary Inverness, that the 24th order of the day be now read.
Show it carry.
Order 24, Broadband is an Essential Services Act, Bill number 105, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from O'Leary Inverness, that the said bill be now read the second time.
Shall it carry?
Carried. Bill number 105, Broadband is an Essential Service Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee, it's not in my book, so. Here we go. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from O'Leary Inverness, that the House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House and take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry?
It's right there.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be entitled Broadband is an Essential Service Act. Okay. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause?
Just an overview for now, Chair.
An overview? Okay. Promoter? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. This bill primarily does three things. It designates access to suitable broadband services as essential. It also advances current government timetables by 1 year and implements accountability measures in the way of strategy updates, progress reports, and transparency to the public. The pandemic has significantly accelerated the societal and economic shift to online operations. And while the pandemic won't last forever, the shift to online operations is here to stay. So for that reason, broadband should be deemed as an essential service, because a lack of access in this day and age puts individuals at a serious disadvantage, especially those in rural PEI. I decided to take advantage of the timelines currently in place to reflect the urgent need that the pandemic has created with people working and learning from home. We know that many workplaces and educational programs are now considered at-home opportunities, moving beyond the pandemic, and we must act quickly to ensure that all Islanders have access to these new viral opportunities. Ensuring suitable access to broadband services can also be a benefit to rural communities as they try to keep residents in their own communities. Rural communities often struggle to attract certain professionals, such as family physicians, and suitable access to high-speed internet in rural communities could seek to solve those problems. Lastly, the bill also seeks to ensure accountability to the public by establishing timelines for strategic updates, progress reports, and to gauge success towards achieving targets, outlines groups and ministers should consult in developing the strategy, and finally, publication and tabling requirements once the strategy is completed. Thank you, Chair. I just want to mention also, too, I was struggling to get a witness to come on the floor with me. I wanted to find someone in my area who had a business and was struggling with, how do I say it, inadequate internet service to provide the quality service that they wanted to do to their customers. But I couldn't get them to commit to, we didn't know how many days we'd be on the floor. And it being a 2-hour drive here and quite a commitment and no longer having evening sessions, I had to come on the floor myself, unfortunately, but quite capable. We'll see.
I'm sure you can cope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I have Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, honourable members. So obviously when 2 years ago this government took over, internet was a big part of what we wanted to do with our mandate and provide high speed. So we took the initiative and went out. I do have to give credit to the previous administration. The work was started with the 2 contracts that we do have now, Bell and ExploreNet. It took us about 9 months from start to finish to get us to that point. And what we've been able to see over the last 12 months is a significant amount of customers hooked up across rural PEI. As far as the transparency goes, I would like to think that we've been open and transparent right from the day when I signed the contracts with Bell and ExploreNet. I provided them to both the opposition and the third-party leaders, as well as the media, and we opened it up to the public. Here a couple days ago, or yesterday, I did provide a progress report from ExploreNet and where they're at. So the internet obviously has been a big issue for the last 15 years, and previous administrations have tried to get it rolled out. I believe that there's always been intent to do it. It's been a challenge. I don't think any government before us never had the intent to do it. So I'm certainly supportive of the bill itself. The only problem where I'm struggling is the timeframes. So you have June 2022. The problem is if we go June 2022, it will actually probably put these contracts, we would have to renegotiate the contracts we have now because the timelines would change both on Bell and ExploreNet, which could potentially cost us more time. It took us 9 months to negotiate the first 2 contracts. We've seen Bell roll out a significant amount now with ExploreNet ready to roll out 17 to 20,000 next month. So I'm wondering if you would have an appetite to change from June 2022 to June 2023.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate, mentioning over the past 15 years there's been a need, and previous administrations definitely have a challenge. But this pandemic really kind of shifted things, and it brought it to the forefront how important it is for Islanders to have access to adequate internet service, whether it's from a business or from studying at home or just individuals trying to do online services, that more and more government programming is available. So the reason why presently you wanted to move, so what you're asking is that the targets be moved back 1 year from what I have in this legislation to June of 2023. But your contract right now with Bell and ExploreNet is to achieve 95 to 97% by August of 2023. So really, you're only changing the contract you have by 2 months. So I was just wondering, because of the importance of having this advanced, that's why I wanted to put this in 1 year earlier, because this pandemic, no one saw it coming, and we don't know what next year is going to hold or the year after, and we need to be prepared. So, this pandemic has accelerated the transition to online operations. I believe that there's a disadvantage for many islanders not having equality, so equal access to adequate internet services. So we need to do what we can to kind of create I guess in this modern society or modern economy, and society requires that we have basically a suitable broadband that will keep us equal with everyone else, I guess, business across the board. So I do appreciate the compromise, but my question is, you're only really moving that contract up 2 months, or that date, target date, by 2 months. Is there a possibility to open? You mentioned about those contracts maybe taking 7 months to develop. Well, you already have those contracts. You could tweak it a bit. It's just also maybe bringing in other ISP companies that may be able to provide or pick up and speed things up. Has that been explored?
Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Chair. So certainly we've looked at numerous initiatives. With COVID, one thing, obviously it brought to light people working from home, and I'll give you credit. You come up with an idea of putting some internet hubs across rural areas, which we did. That was an idea from the honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, which gave access to internet to help students out with their studies over this time. We also went out with some projects with local ISPs in areas that were underutilized to try and provide high-speed internet. We've had some success with them. We've also had a lot that weren't successful. We still have a couple projects that have never even been started yet, and I'm not convinced they will be. And the service they provide, there's only a couple of them that would be able to get to the CRTC quality, I guess, of the 5010. So it's a challenge when you get into a lot of these rural areas. One thing right from day one to when we started talking about internet, I never wanted to make a promise I couldn't deliver, and never once did I say 100% of Islanders were going to have internet. We always went with the 95%. There was 5%, and we started working on that last 5% as well. Up until about 2 weeks ago, I felt comfortable that by 2023 we will have all Islanders high-speed internet. We're still waiting on a report from Stantec that will go into a lot of the rural areas that are struggling, that fall short from the Bell and ExploreNet contract that should be here any day within the next week or two, that I'd be able to provide more detail to a lot of the rural MLAs, what roads are not going to be part of the Bell and ExploreNet contract, that we can take some different initiatives and approaches to do that. Another problem is a Canadian-wide problem. A lot of rural areas now are doing the same as we are, trying to get rural high-speed internet, and there's only so many companies doing the work as well. So my fear is I don't want to promise and not be able to deliver, and I'm quite confident right from day one we signed the contract that I can say we were open and transparent, and I'm providing the updates when I need to. We're trying to get an updated map that I can provide all MLAs as well, and I'm just not convinced we can get it done in your time frame. But in saying that, by opening these contracts could hurt government as a sense, because the way these contracts are written is if we open the contract up, that we could be penalized as well, and no different if Bell and Explorer don't commit the projects. That this is why it took so long. We're holding their feet to the fire as well. So I know you're a reasonable MLA. I know you're fighting for your district, and I know there's problem areas in your district, and I do feel that once we get the Stantec report, I can give you a better update of what some of these roads in your area look like and what aren't going to be covered under Bell and Explorer. But I'm just not, I would be lying if I thought we could get it done by 2022. It just can't be done. We're trying to work as fast as we can. And this isn't a shot by no means, but you know, this government's hooked up more to high-speed internet in the last 12 months than the previous 12 years. It takes time, and I'd like to think everybody in here knows that we've been working hard and trying to be transparent as much as we can. So if we could speed it up, most certainly I'll do my best, but I just hope you would look at that, changing that date till 2023, and I would like to provide an amendment to make an amendment on that.
Do you have copies?
Yes, we do, yep.
Okay, so good. Yeah, we'll get the clerks to, or the pages rather, to do the distribution.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can ask, do you want to read the amendment so it goes into the record? Okay, Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
This motion amends subsection 3.1 of Bill number 105, deleting the words June 30th, 2022, and substituting the words June 30th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. And the second page, yeah.
Second one. Subsection 3.1 of Bill number 105, amended by the deletion of words June 30th, 2022, and the substitution of the words June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Minister. So we have a motion on the floor on this. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion as presented? Has everybody got a copy? Yeah?
I would like to speak to it.
Okay.
Chair?
Yeah, I have Earl Donat.
Yep.
And then
Sure.
Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, member, for bringing this forward. Like you, it's the topic of conversation in the district, and as the minister can attest to, it's something that I am in touch with his office over a lot. So when this came forward, of course I'm like, yeah, let's. How do we do whatever we can do to make sure we get it to happen faster? So I talked to the minister about this, and he had mentioned about breaking the contracts. And I'm like, well, what happens like when we break the contracts? So I guess my question to you is that if we break those contracts, so say the two contracts now are with ExploreNet and Bell Line, and I'm saying this, I don't want this to extend out even further. So we break a contract with those two companies. Are we expecting them just all of a sudden renegotiate with us right away? Like, are they not going to be the first ones to go, yeah, right, you just broke your contract with us? And then my constituents are even further behind on this. And I don't have to tell you how frustrated they are right now about getting things done. So I like the thought of trying to force the government and force the minister to make this happen faster. But I'm really worried that what this is going to do is force the minister to break current contracts and then push this down the road further, and I can tell you that I can't stand for that. I need this. As frustrating it is to wait until for that last number of people to get done, I can't risk it taking even longer than that. So what would you suggest when they break those contracts? Who do we go to next for internet services?
Thank you, Chair. And really, at the end of the day, this is not for me. I haven't been present or participated in those contract negotiations. So this would have to go back to the department to figure that out, to be quite honest. They were the ones that were making the negotiations. They know all the details in it. And so basically all this bill is doing is just holding these targets and the government accountable, and that we hit these timelines. And that's basically all I want to is I don't want to risk like you said, the possibility of maybe moving it even further down the road with some kind of a negotiation going sour. But I can't answer that question because I wasn't privy to any of that information or part of that. All I can say is that, I appreciate the minister's honesty when he says that he may not meet these targets and he doesn't want to promise it. And I know with any dealings I've had with him that he's always been honest to me. So, I mean, if he doesn't believe that they can meet the target in this bill for 2022, then I'm willing to compromise on those targets. I don't know, because I think what this bill was going to do then, over the past many years, I remember internet dial-up came to Tignish on May the 25th, 1996. I couldn't believe that we had this information coming into our home. So I would sit down, I was waiting for them to hook it up, and punch the computer into Google, didn't even know what it was then, hit enter, and then I could go get a drink and come back, and the page might have got to it. That's if nobody called me in the meantime and threw me offline. Yeah. But I thought that was wonderful. This information was coming to my home. But then after a while, you want it more, you want it more, you want it more speed, right? So the high speed came, and again, it was great. It was there. It was most times instantaneous, but as technology advanced, the first computer I bought, I paid $3,500 for it. They said it will last a lifetime. I think I got 6 to 8 months out of it. And that was it, because technology advanced so quickly. So that's what I'm saying here is that if I'm not techie in the sense of computers or broadband or anything like that, all I know is that I can relate to the average islander who doesn't have access to adequate internet service to provide, whether it's online learning or for businesses, to sustain themselves and to, again, what I said earlier, but it's the equality. And I want every islander to have equal access to high-speed internet so they can, whether just browse the internet, do online learning, or for work purposes. So, like I said, I'm willing to compromise on that if that means that islanders now have a very clear and very defined plan, and that it will be law, so that there's an accountability part to it. And if that's the case, then I would support this amendment.
Is there anyone else to speak to the amendment? Mayor O'Donnell?
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that. And I'm like you, get his head too big over there. But there's been nothing done with this minister that has been like the contracts are released the day of their signed, the updates are coming kind of thing. I take him at his word, and I'm confident in his ability to get this done. So yes, but I also believe the targets need to be there to hold them to account. It was just, and I didn't know this until I just spoke to him, but it made sense to me that if I get into renegotiating these things and breaking things, you got to negotiate with those same people again, and I have no doubt they're working in other provinces as well to get stuff done. So I want that done. So that gave me pause on the, he's already committed in the House to getting this stuff done, but now if we put it into legislation, there's a more public or accountability to it too. So I would support the amendment as well. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the Official Opposition?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill forward, member. And I mean, there is no issue that has occupied more of my time and energy over the last 6 years than rural internet. And it's been, mostly a story of frustration. But I'd like to echo what Mareldona just said, that the responsiveness from the minister on this file over the last 2 years has been exemplary, and I've really appreciated the openness and transparency. And I want to take this opportunity to give a shout out to Megan Newson, who is the contact person in your department, Minister, that I deal with most often. And she is unfailingly prompt and thorough in the way that she deals with all of the concerns I bring forward. And there are many of them, as you know, Minister. I copy you on a lot of stuff. So I want to start by saying that. And maybe my question is more to the Minister than the promoter of the bill here, Chair, and it's for some, I guess, a point of information and clarification, because I know that ExploreNet has changed its original plan, and I don't know if that required an amendment to the original contract that government had with ExploreNet? If it did, then there's evidence that amending the contract isn't necessarily a deal breaker here. So can you tell us how that change was made and if government had to approve that?
Minister of
Thanks, Chair. I would have to go back and check with the department. I'm not sure if that would fall under the part of the contract under myself or TIE to get a verification on that. But without having the contract in front of me, they were to provide a service by such and such a date. So I don't necessarily know if in the contract, without having it in front of me, that it was of how they got there to as much as what the end date was. At the end of the day, we were getting the calls as well as anybody, and we said, what can we do in the short term to speed this process up? And that was what was suggested at the time. So I'm not sure if there was an amendment made. I'll go back to my department. I'll check with the Minister's Transportation's department as well. And if there's anything there, I will go back to see how that unfolded.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the answer, Minister. And I think that's a kind of important point because I would love to see this bill. I mean, I have many questions on other parts of the bill, but in terms of the timelines, I would love to see that timeline moved up if that were possible to negotiate with the providers without, you know, the contract being broken or some enormous fees being incurred by government in so doing. But this is only one way that we are providing true high-speed internet to rural islanders. You know, we have small ISPs as well, and you mentioned that. We have contracts with Bell and ExploreNet, absolutely, but that doesn't preclude government from entering into further agreements, and I know we have some already with local ISPs, to fill in those gaps, and I see that 95% is the goal that the member is looking for in his bill, and I know that we're going to be pretty close to that, probably sooner than 2023, so I'm wondering whether, you know, we can keep the original target in this bill without having to interfere with the Bell and ExploreNet contracts, but just by simply providing more money for the broadband fund, going out to the ISPs, local ISPs, and filling in those gaps so we do get to 95%. That seems like those two things are not incompatible. Again, so, Chair, more to the Minister than the mover of the bill.
Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm hopeful, like everybody else, that we will not be talking about this in 2023, but I always hate making a commitment and not being able to follow through. The plan is obviously, once we have the Stantec report, is to go out to other providers. We've had discussions with Eastlink as well, not only with Bell and ExploreNet, but any local ISP that can get the job done, we're certainly going to look at them. But one thing that we are going to make sure, it doesn't matter who's got a contract, whether it's internet, whether it's a service provider, it doesn't matter what it is in the department, there's got to be accountability. And if there's not accountability, we're never going to get the end result we need. Once again, some of the local ISPs have done a phenomenal job. We've seen some that have fulfilled their promises and so forth. Out of the 6 we approved last fall, there's still a couple that have never even started. I'm not convinced we'll ever start. So at the end of the day, we have to have some criteria in there that projects have to be finished. You know, I can only do so much. With the local ISPs, we provided 95% funding, which was huge, right? Local ISPs for years have complained that they haven't had the same treatment as some of the big providers. We made a path forward that any project a local ISP wanted to do that didn't interfere and overlap, we would be interested, and we did. We approved 6 projects at 95% funding. I believe there's only 3 that have been completed. Out of the 6, 2 have walked completely away, or I haven't even heard tell of them lately. And the other one, I think, is waiting on a piece of equipment, which is fair. COVID, there's some timelines in. So there's got to be accountability. It doesn't matter big or small, and that's what we're working through here. So, like I say, I'm hoping we can get this done, but I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, and that's just not how I operate. And that's why I suggested the 2023 date, and obviously we're going to be pushing it to speed that up. Once we do have this Stantec report that I can table in the House, which I will, that'll provide all the MLAs in rural settings everywhere of where the internet gaps and problems are. Like Honourable Member O'Leary and Burness, I know there's 3 roads in his district that aren't going to fall under the Bell and ExploreNet plan, so we've already took the initiative to what we can do there. So maybe there's fibre close with Eastlink. You know, we need to start having more conversation with Eastlink. I know Eastlink's having some problems with the federal government side getting some of theirs approved. So part of the problem with us and timelines is federal government approvals that we can't control. You know, some of this just takes time. We can push on our end, but we don't have all the control because a lot of the funds do come out of the federal government. So one thing I can assure is I'm going to do whatever I can to push this through sooner, but I just don't want to overpromise and not be able to deliver.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
And I very much appreciate that, Minister, and I wish that were the case all over government, but for you, I really do appreciate that, and I hear the sincerity in your voice. I asked some questions the last week that the House sat here about the reporting requirements for ExploreNet, and they're quite explicit in the contract. They have to report every month on certain things and quarterly on more general progress with the build. And that might give us, I'm not sure that that's been tabled yet since I asked for it, but that might give us some. Pardon me? Yesterday. Oh, it was. Thank you. So do they, and my apologies for not having looked at that yet. Does that give us an indication as to whether they're behind, on target, or ahead of where they thought? So therefore this amendment may not be required?
Yes, it does, as far as where we're at now. So all along, we've been saying ExploreNet was going to be live with the 17 to 20,000 this spring. So they are on pace for that. Possibly sooner than later, but once again, I don't think we can promise not being able to deliver. So all along, we've been saying the end of May, which I dare say you're going to see quite a bit sooner than that, which is in there. There will be another update from ExploreNet come with their monthly report. As the report I tabled yesterday was March 11th, so there's another one that is on its way or could be in the office now, which I have no problem tabling the reports when I get them. Obviously, the odd time there might be something we'll have to take out or redact for confidentiality reasons, just more on the competitive side of it, of where ExploreNet's going. They wouldn't want their competitors to see. But I certainly have no problem committing as I get the report, I can table them.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. And I didn't ask for this in my questions, but I'm wondering whether Bell, and my understanding is generally speaking, Bell is ahead of where they had promised to be in the contract. Is that the case?
That is the case. Yep, and like I say, once we're working, once we get this Stantec report back to see what some of these roads and areas, I'm hoping we'll be able to utilize Bell with some of them projects, Eastlink, ExploreNet, some of the local ISPs, and that's really a key piece of what we're waiting for is these on areas that are not going to be serviced, because we've had a high-level map, which you've all seen, or I shouldn't say all of you, but every district has had a high-level map. This is going to be a more in-depth, detailed map that's going to be precise, and we're going to be able to plan. And it's crucial that we have that report back before we can start negotiating any further.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. And on the broadband fund, Minister, as I said earlier, that's an opportunity to fill in the gaps without perhaps breaking the contract with Bell and ExploreNet. Currently, that's scheduled to be $2 million a year for 5 years, and I know it was undersubscribed first year because of the criteria of requirement. Last year, I understand it was fully subscribed and probably could have done with more money. I'm wondering whether there's any fiscal. Is there any opportunity to increase the funding for that broadband fund so we could fill in those gaps that Bell and ExploreNet are leaving?
Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Yes, most certainly. So I've had numerous discussions with my colleagues, the Minister of Finance, the Premier on exactly this. I've given everybody a high-level heads up that once we get the Stantec report back on the roads, I'm going to be coming asking for more money because it is our #1 priority. And I'm confident that we'll be able to access more when we need to. Everybody knows internet is a crucial part of living today. It is a necessity, and I think everybody in this House is committed to getting to the result. So until we have the report back and then we can cost it out to see what these areas it's going to cost to do so, because it's the things you don't think of, right? It's fine with a road of 1 kilometer with 20 people, but we could run into a road with one house on it that's 4 kilometers long, and the cost is significant. So until we can start getting the cost back from different internet providers, and then I plan on going to present to my colleagues of what the final plan looks like and what the cost is going to be and how we can take it forward.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Chair. One final question on the gap filling, if you like. Starlink, of course, is now up and running, and I know that it's just in a beta phase at the moment, but it's pretty expensive. I'm wondering whether in those areas you just mentioned, the example of a 4-kilometer road with one house at the end of it, where it really doesn't make sense to build the infrastructure to support that one residence, at least with fibre, of course. I'm wondering whether government has considered, and I don't know whether the price of Starlink is going to come down, I suspect it probably will as more people subscribe, but are you looking at that as a potential gap filler in the most remote areas of PEI?
Yeah, we've talked about that. So the problem is we've reached out to Starlink, I think, on 3 or 4 occasions, and we can't get a response back. So it's the unknown of what they're going to be able to provide. Now, I do know a couple people have reached out and said they've applied for Starlink. So we're curious to see what I said. Reach back out to us and let us know what the service looks like, because maybe this is something we could fit into this as well. You know, I know the infrastructure cost for people to hook up into Starlink is costly, but if it is a solution, I think we can certainly look at an avenue to help people with that service. But until we get some info and some feedback back, we're kind of in limbo with that right now.
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Is there any other debate on the amendment on the floor? No? Take Mr. Palmer Road?
I do have a couple. Like I said, I'm willing to compromise on this. I really am. If you can assure me, and well, actually, if this goes through and the bill is carried, it will ensure, because it's law then, that these targets and timelines will be met. At the very start, I did ask about, you know, different internet service providers that could come on board. And the Leader of the Opposition had just asked the same question there too, because I do have some residents in my district that were in negotiations, I guess, with Starlink also. I'm not sure of the date that they were supposed to deliver, but they have like a low flying satellite, I guess, that they come off of. So that would solve some of those problems in those gap areas. In this legislation, there's about a 5% that will go to about 2025. And we did discuss this in the House, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, about where those gaps were, how they would be identified. And this would also ensure that every islander has access to adequate internet service. And that's why I put that 2025 out there, because that's going to take time to get there. And I want to make this realistic. If you're telling me that 2022 you cannot get there and you don't want to commit to something that there's some uncertainty to, I definitely can appreciate that. You know, but at the same time, you mentioned the request I put in to have rural internet hubs, and which is great in concept. It's great. The only problem was it was started. I think I sent the letter to you in September, and they really didn't open until probably the 3rd week in January, which was too late for the post-secondary students. They had to make alternate arrangements, so they were trying to rent offices in the rural areas or somewhere where they had adequate internet service to do their online learning. So that's my concern is, you know, at that time, you did commit to moving towards. You didn't give me a timeline. I did ask in the House a few times, and it was supposed to come in, the 1st of January, but it wasn't until the 3rd week in January. So my concern is that we may not be able to meet it in 2022, which I had put forward. And I want to make sure that my primary goal with this legislation is that all islanders have equal access to adequate internet service, from tip to tip. And again, if there's no way that you can meet those targets, and you're telling me that by 2022, then I have no other choice but to compromise and to support it.
Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Chair. And the internet hubs, you just brought that up, they were very useful. It helped in a couple different ways. One with students and home-based businesses, but it also helped a lot of the nonprofit organizations with a little bit of rent. There was a couple reasons that did take a little longer than expected. The one we were planning early January was with the circuit breaker shutdown. That did set us back a few weeks. But as well, some of the locations, even though they had high-speed internet, they really struggled getting a real good connection for what we were looking to do, because a lot of them were in rural areas. They weren't located in the cities and so forth. So it did take a little longer than I thought. Could we have sped it up any faster? I really don't think we could have either. I look back, we had one full-time staff member working on that project alone. Like I say, with COVID and the precautions and everything else, and we had to work with ITSS to make sure that everything was safely done. It's just not as easy send somebody into a building and say, here, use the internet. There was protocol we had to follow and so forth. And once again, that's part of my concern on timelines, is because of how long things do take. And I hope I can come back here in 2022 and we can say that everybody's hooked up, and I'm certainly going to push for that. But like I say, I appreciate you going to support to 2023, and if I can speed it up any sooner, I certainly would.
If there's no further debate on the amendment on the floor, then the amendment can come to a vote. So all those in favour of the amendment as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those contrary minded, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the amendment as tabled is passed. So now we'll resume debate on the bill as amended. And so I had the Leader of the Official Opposition on my speaking notes for that one, and on the bill as amended. No?
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. So just some general questions first, Member, and I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. All things are complicated, and that's one thing I've learned in my years here. It's that things are generally far more complicated than when you first imagine. And one is the regulation of telecommunications. And what's your understanding of how, in Canada, the Constitution sets out how telecommunications are regulated?
Pomeroy.
Well, thank you very much. So I guess what I'll go back to, we did a jurisdictional scan right across Canada just to see what other provinces how they, I guess, interpret, or if they have any definition, or if they have any legislation defining what that broadband is an essential service, basically. So the CRTC, just give me 1 second here to go back to it. So basically, in December of 2016, the Canadian Radio and Television Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, issued or declared that fixed and wireless broadband internet access services are basic telecommunication services with the meaning of section, we go into their act, which is in there. So that allows CRTC to require telecommunication services providers to contribute to fund and support continuous access to Canadians. Now they say basic telecommunication services at that particular time. But anyway, they did a ruling establishing. So I guess, were you asking about speeds too?
No, I
Okay.
was just asking about the jurisdiction, because CRTC is federally regulated, and those basic numbers, and I will come to that in a minute, because you specify 50 down and 10 up in the bill, actually in the bill itself, and I'm wondering, because CRTC, as you just said, has gone from basic, and I don't think back then they actually specified what the speeds were that that would be defined as basic.
Right.
But that lowest adequate speed is continuously being adjusted. So I'll get to speeds in a minute, but I'm wondering what other provincial what other provinces have this sort of legislation enacted?
Okay, so Ontario presently. Oh, sorry. Yeah, just one moment here. I have it here. So Ontario currently has a private member's bill that's being reviewed by a standing committee following its passage on a second reading. And that was last November. And in May of 2019, the House of Commons passed a motion, which was M208, Rural Digital Infrastructure classifying access to suitable broadband as essential. The Standing Committee on Industry, Science, Technology presented a report on June of 2019 containing a recommendation that the federal government and the CRTC treat mobile services as essential to both the safety of the public and participation in the modern economy, particularly in rural areas. And in 2016, we go back to the CRTC ruling or labeling access as basic telecommunications.
Sure.
Yeah.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Tinglish Palmer Road and I. So all of those references were federal, other than the Ontario one that you said, and I know that there's a bill currently working its way through the House there, but it hasn't yet received a final vote, nor proclamation, of course, of Royal Assent or anything like that. So there aren't any provinces. It's awkward because I absolutely support the intent of your bill here. Don't get me wrong. Something I've been pushing and fighting for 6 years. But because telecommunications is very clearly under federal jurisdiction, I'm ourselves in our office several years ago, we contemplated bringing forward a bill. I mean, we didn't get so far as to draft something as you have here. And after a certain amount of time looking into it, decided that because of the jurisdictional divide here, that it was very difficult to construct a bill provincially because it is an entirely federally regulated industry. So I'm wondering how you with given the fact that no other provinces have such legislation in place, how are we going to legislate or regulate something which is clearly under federal jurisdiction?
Tinglish Palmer Road.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Thank you for the question. So basically, so we're still behind Ontario at this present time. They've advanced through to the second reading, and it is into the standing committee. So I'm sure they're working through that right now, presently. And if this bill passes and we get ahead of them, so be it. I mean, that's great that Prince Edward Island would be a leader in this.
I have no problem with PEI going first and
exactly.
legislative exercise.
But all of those, basically, what you're asking, all this bill is asking is that the government create a strategy, a plan moving forward, and that they meet the targets. That's really in their hands to deal with the questions you're asking.
Right.
So I did a jurisdictional scan. I got one done of every province in Canada, plus the federal government, to see where they all are. And I have it all here. But again, some of them are putting motions forward about it. Others have really done nothing on it. There are some that really haven't done anything on it. And Ontario is the only one that really has bit the bullet, other than today here on Prince Edward Island. So to get back what you're asking, that would all have to be worked out with the minister that's responsible for broadband here in Prince Edward Island.
Okay.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks. So just to talk about speeds a little bit, since you brought that up in your first answer there. So in the definitions here, I see you have high-speed internet defined as minimum 50 megabits per second download and 10 megabits per second upload. So I imagine I know where you got that from, but it's from the CRTC minimum guidelines. Okay. So the problem I have with enshrining that in the legislation is it's not like regulation that can be changed and updated fairly easily by an order of council. That's something that would require an amendment on the floor of the House to the bill in future years. So we all know how quickly things are evolving in this industry. So I'm wondering why you put that in the bill rather than put it in regulation.
Tinglish Palmer Road.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Leader of Opposition. I just went with what the CRTC standards were. So I went with what their minimal upload and downloads were. and put that into legislation. I think that's adequate. I know that I think it was the questions you had asked a few weeks ago in the House, and the minister responded with ExploreNet about so the towers at that time being able to provide 50 megabits per second for download, but 3 for up. And I don't think 3 is adequate. I'm going to go with, again, what the CRTC put out there as their minimal standard for upload and download speeds. And really, that can be changed at any time if this bill passes on the floor of the House with an amendment.
If I may, we are at the point of changing time over, so I would ask that we adjourn at this point.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and that the Chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Okay. Shall I carry?
Carry.
Thank you. Yes. Want me to sit again? Yeah. You need me to? Yeah, I can just do it from here. Committee of the whole House, having had under consideration a bill to be intituled Broadband as an Essential Service Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall I carry?
Carry.
Oh, yeah. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the first order of the day be now read.
Shall I carry?
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the grant of supply to Her Majesty.
Shall I carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to consider the grant of supply to Her Majesty. The request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Honourable members, we are continuing with the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. We left off on page 130. The section Infrastructure Policy and Planning was read and is presently under debate.
Chair, I have some takebacks.
Sure. Just one moment. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansford?
Wendy McDonald, Director of Finance and Human Resources for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Wendy, and welcome. And Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So yesterday during debate there was some questions asked, and I stated that I'd bring back the information as quickly as I could. So the honourable member for Summerside South Drive, thank you. asked about a list of companies that received the telework assistance. So I have that list for you. I just have one copy, so the pages can, yeah. And then the honourable member from Charlottetown Brighton talked about a footnote about a housing design competition. I spoke to him earlier today on that, and we believe maybe it was a handout that was provided by the Minister of Finance at the time, so we're going back into the Department of Finance to see if they have something on that. Also, the honourable member from Charlottetown Brighton referred to a parcel of land behind Hillsborough Park. That land is actually owned by the PI Housing Corporation, so it would fall under their jurisdictions with regards to how it's used or how it's developed. Also, the MLA for Summerside South Drive asked about the strategic infrastructure review of roads throughout the province. Is the review public, and will you table it? So the province supported the strategic transportation infrastructure review that was undertaken by the Construction Association of PEI. This review was received by the department within the last couple of weeks and is now in the process of being reviewed. I think it's approximately 300 pages long, so it's fairly complex or comprehensive. And then there was also a request to table the gender diversity document that I referenced yesterday, so I have that as well. So,
Thank you. Okay, the floor is now open for questions on that section of infrastructure policy and planning. Shall the section carry? Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. So just a quick question about the process from the road supervisors providing their input into what paving should happen and that kind of thing. So I understand that the map for construction has been updated for 2021. Is there also a place where you can identify where your road supervisor might have identified a road that needed work to be done, but it wasn't able to make it into the list this year?
I don't think there's a specific spot that you can find that, but again, we do have various sources providing us the information. However, if you do go on to the government website under transportation infrastructure, there's a map there that will show you the projects or the work that's already been tendered. And it's an ongoing process. We send projects up to Ottawa to get approved, and we simply can't publicize those until Ottawa gives us the go-ahead. So again, that's why I can't bring back that full list. But we are working on getting a list of everything that's been tendered so far to bring back. But you can see it as well on the website.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. And I just have to say I highly commend the road supervisors that work in my district because they're on top of everything very, very quickly if there's an issue, and the whole texting, being able to text issues and that kind of thing. There's a lot of value there, and I know that the road supervisors in my district are on top of things. So it would just be interesting, though, for anything, like when they prioritize a list, and I know that I can do that one-on-one, but also constituents knew, if something has already been identified, then they don't have to continuously report it or whatever because the road supervisor has already identified it. I think that would be a nice addition, right? Like even if it's listed on this map as future projects that's been identified, then at least residents would actually know that their road has been identified. So I just wanted to make that comment because I do think that our road supervisors do an excellent job.
They do.
And knowing that you can access, it would maybe just cut down on some of the calls directly into those road supervisors when they've already identified it, and that's available to the public.
Yeah. Okay.
Just my thoughts.
Thank you. Duly noted.
I'm good, thank you.
Charlottetown Brighton.
I had a couple of questions. One of the parts of one of the features of net zero buildings is how they are financed, and the previous minister, your department, asked if you looked into alternate financing so that the extra cost that net zero buildings necessarily will cost doesn't necessarily mean that you built less school or less whatever, but you have financing that's financed by monetary gains you get by making the buildings net zero to begin with. Basically, if you save $500,000 a year, that will, pay for $5 or $10 million worth of the extra cost. But unless you have an alternate way of financing, that means you can, for any given capital budget, that you can build less schools. Have you looked into alternate financing as suggested?
With, like, as an example, like a 3P or something like that?
Well, I gave as an example, like, that the Energy Corporation built $30 million windmill without burdening the provincial government. It's financed off budget. You could finance net zero the same way as you finance windmills.
Well, I mean, we certainly partner very closely with the federal government on a lot of the projects, in particular capital projects and schools and various other projects. I mean, I'd be more than happy to sit down with you at some point and have a conversation and get some ideas from you with regards to other ways we could approach the financing part, and I'm sure Wendy would be more than happy to attend that meeting as well.
Charlottetown Brighton?
Along the same time, I've also brought up several times, if your department is familiar with what do you call it, lifetime cost cycling, cost analysis. That essentially looks at a building, not just the capital budget, but you look at it over a year, what it costs to build and then what it costs to operate. And of course, when you do that kind of analysis, net zero buildings come out cheaper than not net zero buildings, because when you add the two things together, the cost is smaller. Have you looked into that?
I couldn't tell you 100%. I'd have to go back into the department. As an educated, yes, I would say that, yeah, we are looking at that with, I mean, that's the benefit, part of the benefit, as you stated, Honourable Member, with regards to net zero, and one of the great advantages, right? I mean, we're focused on reducing our carbon footprint and reducing the GHGs, but also, obviously, if we can build a school or build a building that's energy efficient or net zero, it's a win-win in all ways, both financially and environmentally.
Charlottetown Brighton?
Well, that's good to hear you look into it. Actually, lifetime cost cycling doesn't just apply to building, it applies to really any kind of capital thing where you have both upfront cost and the carrying cost.
Yep.
You can look at the cost of a copier the same way. You don't just look at the initial cost, how much do you pay for ink and paper, etc. Okay, I'm good, Chair.
Yeah, no, thanks for those points. That's excellent. Appreciate it.
Okay, shall the section carry? Carry. Total infrastructure policy and planning, $100,438,900. Shall it carry? Carry. Highway safety, registration, safety, and scales. Appropriations provided for administration and enforcement of the Traffic Act, the Highway weight regulations under the Roads Act, and the promotion of safety on the highways. Administration, $60,000. Equipment, $16,900. Material supplies and services, $370,100. Professional services, $32,500. Salaries, $2,853,000. Travel and training, $47,900. Grants, $50,000. Total registration, safety, and scales, $3,430,400. Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard reports of EV drivers who show up at public EV stations to use them and find that sometimes there's a government vehicle parked there, no longer charging. It's been there all day, and they can't get a charge on their vehicle. I'm just wondering, is there any internal policy within the department about government making use of public chargers?
Yeah, there's a policy in place which states that once your vehicle is charged, it has to be moved. Do you have a specific location in mind that I could?
I could get that for you, yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate if you could bring that information to me, or send me a text or whatever, and I'll have it looked into. Thank you, Member.
Summerside South Drive.
Can you explain what sorts of professional services are included in this section? The handouts don't provide a whole lot of detail. page TIC1.
There was a consultant, did legal services as required for medical reporting program, motor vehicle inspection program, carrier management program, and the CARS program, which is the collision accident reporting system. That was, as I said, 32.5, and then there was just a miscellaneous for 500.
Somerset South Drive.
Okay, Chair, thanks.
O'Leary Inverness.
Yeah, Minister, just wanted to talk a little more about the scales. And one of the issues I found this year, the weight restrictions probably didn't come on quite early enough, maybe by about 5 days. Does your department, what do they do to determine when weight restrictions that come on? Like, I mean, I know they look at the weather, but in my case, I think they missed it by about 5 days.
Okay. Yeah, so this year was very tricky. I mean, we all know there wasn't a tremendous amount of frost in the ground. And as I said yesterday, our Director of Highway Maintenance did an interview with CBC, and 3 days later, he regrets what he said because just in that time frame, the roads just turned on us. I did have an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to have a really good in-depth conversation with some of our highway safety personnel that were doing work on the Hillsborough Bridge. And they showed me how the scales work, the portable scales, of course, as you're aware. And they, I think they go to Borden at least once a week to be calibrated to make sure that they're completely up to snuff. But it's, I wouldn't say it's, I don't know if I'd say we missed it by 5 days, but it was a challenging year. But, you know.
O'Leary Inverness.
But I think what's really we're dealing with here is that climate change has changed the way frost goes into the roads. There wasn't as much frost, and really it came out in about 2 days.
Yeah.
So it all came out very quickly, and like I've got a road there, Nauvoo Road, Lock Road. You probably had pictures sent, shared around a little bit, and it literally destroyed that road. Now, we're always working with the department to try to spread our recap, but around the district. And now I've got 3 kilometers that was literally gutted, and I was really only planning about 1.5 kilometers there. So it creates a tough challenge. And then what always tends to happen is the department, it's about trying to reshuffle. Well, we'll take from this road. And then what happens is the road we took from was getting pretty weak too, and then it falls apart the next year. So it's always a tough challenge. So I appreciate that, but I did want to sort of put on the record that I think one of the issues was just maybe weight restrictions weren't on quick enough, and we have to maybe be more diligent on that, at least for some roads or ridings that roads are maybe a little bit more vulnerable just because of the conditions and as well as the amount of recap that gets done every year. The other point I wanted to make was regarding the scale. So once weight restrictions come on, we still are finding that there are large trucks know how to get around this a little bit by, we're a long ways away from where maybe the scales are mostly at. I've talked to the road supervisor about this. They're really not up around until, morning, and these trucks are going like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and they seem to know how to get around this, and it already made a road that was bad worse. So do you have anything on certain times of the year where you can allow the scales to be out at, do a SWAT hit on the certain area or anything like that?
Yes, certainly. If we're made aware of a problem area, we'll do everything we can to address it, for sure.
O'Leary Inverness.
Well, my take is that they are aware of the problem, but it's like trying to catch anything. It's hard to do, and I appreciate what you're up against, Minister, as far as that goes. But I would encourage some shifts for the mobile scales to be at different hours periodically, so they can maybe catch some of these people. They have been up trying to, but it's just they're not been caught yet, I guess. And, it's just a challenge. So, and don't get me wrong, I understand the impacts on companies, truck drivers, on potato hauling, lumber hauling, when weight restrictions come on very quick and they're not prepared for them. I get that. Yeah. And I'd be probably the first to complain. So, but on the other side of it, I'm seeing my roads getting, in the district I represent, getting deteriorating, and weight restriction seems to play a big factor if it's not on when it needs to be on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure, Honourable Member, and if you are aware of something and at any time, feel free to send me a text and I'll contact the staff and we'll address it.
Okay, appreciate that, Minister. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just talking about highway safety, in my district, there's 2 round points in District 14 where you're coming from Cornwall and then you're coming from the other side, and there's a bypass there. It's a bottleneck. Industrial parks on each side. People have come to me talking about where the bus gets dropped off. They get dropped off at a certain spot, and then they have to cross heavy traffic in the mornings. There's a few thousand people that work in that area. Is it possible to discuss and put it on the record to have a safety walk or a crosswalk or some lights? That's a major highway. There's thousands of cars, and people are coming to work, and they can't get across the road. They're fearing. They have to wait sometimes for a very long time. So I just kind of want to get it on the record that's growing. There's buildings going up. There's a lot of space there. So can you look at that? Can you bring it back to your department and look at that safety concern?
Yep, certainly. Can you better explain exactly the spot or the roundabout?
Yeah, it's coming out. I think it's 4th Street. I can't remember the street where there's a connection just by the Honeybee or the area, the big building there.
Yeah.
That's where the bus stops, and people have to cross the road.
On the Upton Road?
Yeah, on the Upton Road, the bypass highway.
Yeah.
So they're going in both directions, and it's been brought to my attention that that's an area of concern, because people want to take the bus, they want to take active transportation, and if you look at that stretch of road, there's no bikes, nobody's going to bike in there. We've talked about this before with the active transportation trail, and we've got somewhere there needs to be an active transportation trail. I know you could talk to the Minister of Environment about that, but an active transportation trail, and we've got an issue with a bus stop there, and I'm kind of concerned about it. So
yeah, certainly. I mean, it could be the solution to move the bus stop too, to a safer location. So,
yeah.
But yeah, no, I'd be more than happy to bring it back to the department.
I want to get it on the record.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And just in future discussion, I'm looking at I don't want to take too much time, but your diversity in the workplace. There's some gaps in there that potentially I'd like to chat with you about in there in the future. So.
Yeah, no, okay. Anytime.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Shall the section carry? Carry. Total highway safety, $3,430,400. Shall it carry? Carry. Land and environment. Appropriations provided for staff, environmental services to department operations, management of provincial crown lands, and survey operations of the department. Administration, $144,700. Equipment, $11,700. Material supplies and services, $256,100. Professional services, $297,000. Salaries, $2,262,900. Travel and training, $99,400. Total land and environment, $3,071,800. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a $400,000 increase in salaries. Are these new positions, Mr.?
Do you have that, Wendy?
That's what you said.
In the salaries, just the bump there.
Part of it is normal step increments and collective agreement increases, as well as funding for the creation of an Indigenous consultation coordinator.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, so I guess that kind of answers my next question, was what positions will be created then? So there's going to be an Indigenous position, did you say?
Indigenous consultation coordinator.
Indigenous consultation coordinator, okay. When do you anticipate these positions or this being all complete?
We'd like to have that position filled sooner than later, as quickly as we can. Within this division, there's a tremendous amount of work that is done around land with regards to duty to consult. It can be quite arduous. So that's why we've taken this step to make sure that we have somebody in there that just focuses purely on that.
Leader of the third party.
It's extremely important work.
Okay, thank you. So I hope this is under the right category. So there was a time where someone wanted to do a development or wanted to create a parcel of land, and it was wetland, that the province would trade off pieces of land. if you had another piece of wetland on your property. Is that correct, or is that?
We do work with landowners. Like, for example, too, when we're doing work on a particular road, maybe we have to widen it or something like that, or correct a turn, and we need to get some land that is currently owned by a private individual. There's a couple of different ways we do it. Sometimes the individual is willing to just sell it to us. Sometimes there's a parcel of land adjacent to their property that maybe the government owns, and they say, well, I really still want to keep my footprint. So we do exchanges, or we do deals like that as well.
So if someone wanted to build a subdivision and they had to go through land that you owned, your department owned, would there be any desire to have discussions with them?
Yeah, we can certainly have discussions. If somebody's looking to trade swampland with us for arable land, I don't think we're going to do that, but.
Leader of the third party?
That was just my lead up to that question. I wasn't assuming or insinuating they were going to trade you bad land for good land.
Yeah.
But you would be willing to entertain if they had a piece of land that was equivalent?
Yeah, sure. We're always willing to engage with islanders and have discussions. If we can help economic development here on PEI, I mean, we have, what is it? We have 101,508 acres here on PEI that's actually owned by the province. It's, as you're well aware, it's scattered from tip to tip, north to south, east to west, but there are a lot of parcels.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. And one more question. So how many departments would be involved in this type of ordeal? Would it be your department, Department of Environment, Department of Justice? Is there one department, two departments, 3, 4, 5 across government?
In a land acquisition deal such as that, it would be mainly our department, transportation infrastructure. If there was other circumstances with regards to a property that maybe was used as a C&D site or a disposal site or a storage site, we'd probably have to get environment involved as well to do testing and those type of things.
Leader of the third party?
So other than those types of circumstances, it would just be normally...
It would, if it's a land acquisition or a land deal, it would be through my department, yeah.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks for now. Thank you.
You're welcome. Summerside South Drive.
Chair, the asbestos incident review report, is that about Tosh?
Were you seeing that up, Honourable Member?
It's in the handouts, I do believe. It shows the breakout of some of the expenses that occurred. The big book.
Do you have it there? Yeah, there was a 7,857 professional services rendered asbestos incident review report compilation or completion for Tosh.
That's it. Okay. Summerside South Drive.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the asbestos incident review report was for Tosh. There's some other stuff that says Tosh Registry and Tosh asbestos review.
Yeah, so HR Atlantic Law did a professional services work on the Tosh Registry. James Johnson Associates professional services rendered as well for Three Oaks asbestos. And then the other two were non-related.
Summerside South Drive.
So the asbestos incident review report was unrelated to Tosh?
No, I'm saying the other two in my information here that I have were unrelated to Tosh.
Summerside South Drive.
But my question is the asbestos incident review report about Tosh?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. The Tosh Registry for $8,700. What is this expenditure delivered?
Say again?
The Tosh Registry expense for $8,700?
Mm-hmm.
What has this expenditure delivered?
That would have been to look at the best way to establish the registry.
Summerside South Drive.
And can you table the results of that report? Or?
I can certainly go back in the department and take a look at it. As you're probably aware, too, that the registry is going to fall under the Department of Education.
Summerside South Drive.
But I'll go in the department and see what I can bring back for you.
Yes, that'd be great, because, yeah, the expense, and this is under your department, so this is what I would like to see.
Sure.
Very good, thank you. The Tosh asbestos review for $12,000, can you table that as well?
Again, I'll go back into the department and see what I can bring back for you.
Summerside South Drive.
And I think you mentioned it there, but I was waiting for the answer to a different question. So who conducted that review?
So the vendor for the first one was Boyles Borden. HR Atlantic did the work on the registry. James Johnson Associates did the work as well for professional services on the rendered Three Oaks asbestos.
Summerside South Drive.
So the Tosh asbestos review for $12,000.
James Johnson Associates.
Okay, thank you.
Summerside South Drive.
There's a significant increase in professional services for 21-22. Can you explain what additional services are being procured?
Just give us a moment. Do you have that right there?
Yep.
So the budget variance, the increase in the current budget appropriation is $157.5 in professional services, represents an increase in consulting and legal fees primarily related to the establishment of a farmland bank to lease repossessed or purchased farmland back to farmers.
Summerside South Drive.
Okay, so most of this increase in expense is about establishing a land bank study, or?
That's correct.
We already have a land bank study, correct?
Pardon me?
We already have a land bank study?
No, this is a new study that we're doing, and new work towards a land bank. We talked about it here in the legislature the other day, I think maybe when agriculture was on.
Summerside South Drive.
Very good. And do we know who's doing that work yet? Is that underway, or is that going to be underway?
Yeah, well, I mean, what we're doing right now is we're working with consultants to look at it and to come up with some recommendations to bring forward to government.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. Can you explain what's happening with the former Prince Edward homeland?
That land right now is being negotiated with the City of Charlottetown, but again, we have a duty to consult with Untitled.
Summerside South Drive.
So it's still in possession of the province?
Currently is still in possession of the province, correct.
Okay. Summerside South Drive.
And if you are looking to turn it over to the City of Charlottetown, when do you expect to do that, consultation aside?
I think if you asked the former minister, he would have said he'd like to have seen it take place at least a year ago. But it's nearing completion, but we're not quite there yet.
Summerside South Drive.
So can I take from that once consultation is completed, it'll be wrapped up fairly quickly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. I'm good.
Shall the section carry? Carry. Total land and environment, $3,071,800. Shall it carry? Carry. Highway maintenance operations. Highway maintenance administration. Appropriations provided for the administration and supervision of the highway maintenance functions. Administration, $19,800. Material supplies and services, $2,328,900. Professional services, $66,000. Salaries, $851,200. Travel and training, $17,900. Total highway maintenance administration, $3,283,800. Leader of the third party.
Question. So in our big book, it shows salary ranges for administrative support, 100%, 9 positions, $41,477 to $471,551. Seems to be, must be an error there, I'm sure. We've got some high-paid administrative support. It's under the Highway Maintenance Division.
Yeah.
Maintenance Administration. It shows all the difference in salary. The one above it for stores worker is 43,846 to 47,571.
Let Wendy take that.
Yes, that is a typo.
So
Yes.
it would be corrected, assuming that's $47,155.
You would be very correct on that,
Not
yes.
$471,000.
Yes, you're
Thank you.
very correct.
Okay.
Leader of the third party?
Good catch.
Good catch.
That's it for now. I have something other on the next section.
Summerside South Drive.
Can you explain the underspended materials, supplies, and services line?
Material supplies and services. So the forecast under expenditure, 692,900, reflects reduced equipment rentals in the provincial maintenance road program during the fiscal year, and work was contracted out.
Summerside South Drive.
That's good, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Carry. Provincial Highway Maintenance Operations. Appropriations provided for staffing, materials, equipment, and services for the repair, maintenance, contracted snow removal, and sanding of provincial roads. Administration, 164,400. Equipment, 7,500. Material, supplies, and services, 19,948,300. Salaries, 15,441,500. Travel and training, 270,400. Total provincial highway maintenance operations, 35,832,100. Leader of the third party.
Chair. So is there any pavement in this? Is recap or road resurfacing in this part, or is that somewhere else?
Wendy, you can grab that.
This is for the routine maintenance of the roads. Would not include paving, that would all fall under our capital budget. This would be for potholes, short areas of asphalt that are laid, but not for,
Sanding, salting.
sanding, salting, grass cutting.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So I was on a road this morning on my way here, and it seemed like there was a cross culvert underneath it, and it raised and it's broke right across the road. So would that fall under this when it gets fixed? Would that be under maintenance, or would that be under another department? If it's more the pothole, it's probably the width of that desk right across the road.
Okay. Well, I mean, that would definitely come under maintenance. It wouldn't be capital, so I'd say it would be regular maintenance, yeah.
Thank you.
Leader of the third party.
That's it for now, thanks.
You're welcome. Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. Did I just hear that, like, filling in potholes and maintaining the pavement itself is not under this section?
No, you heard the opposite.
The opposite?
Yep.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So last fall, a report came out from Statistics Canada showing that roads in this province only last 15 years on average, half as long as the national average. Is this a maintenance issue or due to the way the roads are built?
It would have to do with the composition of our island. We don't have a granite base. We have sandstone. So we are at Mother Nature's mercy. Thank you.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So would increasing the maintenance budget give us a longer lifespan of our roads, or would we still be subjected to have we done any analysis?
Honourable Member, we'd still be subject to it. Over the years, and I still remember, because my dad worked in Borden, we lived in Sherwood, and I can remember traveling the Trans-Canada many times with him and my family, and there was lots of tests done. They would dig up the road, they would go down 3 feet, they would put a certain amount of gravel in, then they would put styrofoam in, and then they would fill it back in with sandstone, and then they would pave it. There's other projects been done where they've taken crushed glass and used that as a base. So there's many roads here on PEI that when you see them broke up, or when you see them go into to mill them, they get down to a certain level, and all of a sudden there's concrete there. So they even tried putting concrete roads in and then paving over them. So we've tried a lot. We're using crushed rubber from tires as well as a base. I would love to come up with a solution that we could put a base down that would give our roads a much longer life, but unfortunately we just don't have that answer yet.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. What's the total amount of paved roads that the province maintains in kilometers?
Oh, I don't know if I would have that here in front of me. Wendy, do you have that? What's that?
34 kilometers more than you.
Yeah.
Leads into my next question.
The province has 3,923 paved kilometers of highway.
Summerside South Drive.
And relating to what the former minister was just saying, how much has this increased in the last couple of years?
34.
Well, as I said yesterday, last year, typically we try to do an average 100 kilometers a year. Last year we had budgeted 108 kilometers. The former minister was able to access additional funds, so we did 158 kilometers last year. Off that 158 kilometers, 137 were recap or paved roads, and 21 kilometers was actually paving dirt roads or graveled roads.
Summerside South Drive.
So does this typically increase year over year? We just keep expanding the amount of paved roads that we have? Is that the trend?
We try to do a little bit every year, sure.
Summerside South Drive.
And again, honourable member, if you think about it too, when you get out into the rural areas, there's a lot of development going on. Maybe there was a dirt road or a gravel road that only had 1 or 2 houses on it. Well, now you might go down that road and it's got 40 houses on it. So there's a lot of demands. There's a lot of requests for people coming into our department asking for those roads to be done as well.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So in that regard, are we reactive to those kinds of situations, or do we have a long-term plan? Do we have an objective of where we want to be with the amount of paved roads we have here on Prince Edward Island, the amount we want to add?
Say again? Sorry. I'm just having a hard time with the plexiglass between us.
Sure. So do we react to development and add roads as needed in that regard, or do we have a long-term plan, an intention of having a certain amount of roads, or do we want to maintain the same amount of roads? Do we want to reduce the amount of paved roads? Do we want to increase them? Is there a long-term plan, or is it just as needed?
No, I mean, we have a strategic plan moving forward, and I mean, it's evolving. It's an evolving plan. It's an evolving document. You can't say right now that in 10 years' time an area that's underdeveloped isn't going to be overdeveloped. So we need to always be working with the municipalities. We need to be working with the developers as well on that. So it's an evolving plan, but it is there.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So it's a bit of both, is what I'm hearing there. But there is a long-term plan. Is there any way you could table that for us, Minister?
I can certainly see what we have in the department to bring back. Sure.
Summerside South Drive.
Do you have any software analysis tools that evaluate the projected life of roads and the cost to maintain them? Is that all in there?
I would have to bring that back. I don't have that information here right now with me.
The engineers have it.
Yeah, so the engineers would have it.
Summerside South Drive.
Last one here. Can you explain the roughly $3.5 million overspend in materials, supplies, and services line?
Minister, I don't know.
The increase in the current budget, approximately $650,000 in materials, supplies, and services, reflects the increase for the new snow removal contracts, which were entered into in fiscal year 2019-2020.
Okay.
Summerside South Drive.
I'm okay, Chair. Thanks.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank your predecessor for paving some clay roads that much needed to be paved across the province, and I was a benefactor of that in my district. And I'm just wondering if you're going to continue that practice, Minister.
We're going to do what we can.
Okay.
Leader of the Third Party.
Where's your thoughts on, and this isn't political driven, this is just a question based on the whole of the province, at a district getting 3 kilometers a year is hard to keep up if you got a lot of roads. For recap, and I have Route 11 in my district, which starts in Summerside and ends up on Route 2 and way past Springfield or Spring Hill. So, like, it's hard to get that road up to repairs at a few kilometers a year when you got other roads breaking up. And I don't know where the honourable member from Summerside South Drive got his information, but I've been traveling from Squish to Charlottetown for 14 years, and maybe you can tell me what your lifespan is of Highway 2 and the other roads, but I got it pegged at 10 years. I don't have many roads in my district that pass 10 years with the trucks, you know, the potato trucks and the heavy equipment that goes on it. So,
Well, obviously, honourable member, the Trans-Canada Highway and Highway 2 are main highways, so they're built to a different standard than our secondary roads here in PEI. So they have a lot more traffic, they have a lot more heavier traffic, so they need to be built to a stronger specification.
but with that being said,
Leader of the third party?
with the stronger specifications, they're still only lasting 10 years with all the traffic we have on them, the same as the secondary roads.
Yep.
So would that be a fair estimation? It's approximately 10 years?
Yeah, again, it's all dependent upon the traffic, the type of traffic, the conditions of the weather, the toughness of the winters, the heat in the summer. They all play a factor in how long a road will last.
Leader of third party?
So, and I do have a concern as the member from O'Leary and Vanessa, like with the climate change, and I'm sure your department's well aware of it.
Yeah.
I mean, and this year, like you said, your spokesperson spoke and then he wished he hadn't said it 3 days later. Like, the frost factor's different than it used to be, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes the ground takes longer to freeze and it unthaws quicker, right? Or it's not froze as hard as it used to be 10 years ago. So somebody monitors that on a regular basis?
Yeah, sure. Again, our engineers in the department, they would be cognizant of that, and they would take in climate change adaptation to all of the work that they do.
Thanks for now.
Leader of third party?
That's good for now, thanks.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to jump off of, so first of all, the strategic plan that you were mentioning as an evolving plan, do you have a 5-year strategic plan that's been developed that is like on your website or available for the public?
I don't believe it's on our website. I can certainly bring a copy of it back. Correct me if I'm wrong, Wendy, but I think the report the last report was completed for 2015, and then it evolves, and we're currently doing work on it now to update it again.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. So, as you're aware, Land Matters PEI is reviewing the Planning Act and the Lands Protection Act. Within the Planning Act, though, planning is complex. It takes into consideration how infrastructure, transportation, agriculture, housing, rural internet, all of those are going to interact with each other. But I didn't see whether you had presented or your department had presented to the Land Matters PEI committee. Did you have interaction with the Land Matters PEI committee?
I personally didn't in the last 2.5 months that I've been minister. I'm sure staff from our department, particularly in the land division, would have had some interaction with them.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, do you have concerns? I know we've talked about private roads, for instance, and development on private roads and how that impacts, emergency measures and being able to access it and that kind of thing. So, do you have concerns around the Planning Act and how it impacts your department?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly private roads don't fall under transportation infrastructure. We don't maintain them, we don't plow them, we don't sand or salt them. But there are complaints that come into our department. There was one that I recently visited at stand-up because we had received quite a few complaints on it. I went out, and even though it said private road, I still drove down it. Probably shouldn't have because it was private, but I just wanted to experience it, and I was quite taken aback of the road that was put in for development. So those are discussions we're having internally right now with regards to how to strengthen that. I mean, if you're selling lots in a private development to people, and also we need to make sure that the real estate association explaining to land purchasers that it's their responsibility to maintain the road, rather than just selling them the lots and then they're going in, building a house, not knowing that it's their responsibility to maintain the road.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thanks, Chair. And there's a lot that goes into it that, you know, for like stormwater management, culverts, lots of infrastructure components. And so where we develop on this island impacts, you know, transportation and infrastructure. It's an integral component of it, actually.
Definitely.
So I guess like I look at it almost as a wheel, right? Like with the spokes that come out and planning is the hub in the middle. So you personally, as now that you're the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, are you reaching out or having discussions with Land Matters PEI to ensure that any transportation and infrastructure concerns are being addressed and are known as they go through that Planning Act review, because they're looking at the whole act?
Yeah. So I'll repeat, I haven't had any correspondence or interaction with Land Matters PEI yet. We are discussing it internally within our department and across other departments that would be involved. But certainly I'll be getting to Land Matters as well and having those discussions.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thanks, Chair. So, because I'll just highlight, whatever transpires from that will definitely impact your department. It impacts everybody's department, you know, because once we determine where people are going to live, where people are going to build, what's going to be wherever, and what the official plan is for the island, then we have to ensure that we can support that, which also touches on transportation infrastructure in a heavy way, in a very significant way when it comes to planning. So I think that that's an important component that it would be great to follow up on that to see if those concerns have been relayed to that committee. I have no further questions, thanks.
You're welcome. Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, I didn't have any questions, Chair.
Oh, you didn't? Sorry, okay.
Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry, I did. My apologies.
You have the floor.
Almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Minister, we met a week or so ago and we talked about and I'm not even sure this is the right section for this, and my apologies if it's not, but it's about the bridge in Morel for the Confederation Trail that's being repaired. Would this be under maintenance and repair here?
It wouldn't be under this section, but I don't have a problem taking the question.
I appreciate that, Minister, and it's regarding the timing of this, and you know, it's a major piece of infrastructure for the Confederation Trail, probably the most popular part of the Confederation Trail for cyclists and others who use it. And the concern that was brought to me was that the timing of the repair was not ideal. Now, I know last week that you mentioned that you were hoping it would be done before the peak tourist season. Do you have an update on the timing of that?
I can bring that back for you, Honourable Member.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay. Do you know when the work is going to start on that bridge and how long it will take?
Yeah, I'll bring that back.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
And do you know, I guess you don't then, how long that part of the trail is going to be inaccessible during the summer?
It would be inaccessible while the project is underway.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Mechanical operations appropriations provided for operational costs of the government garages to supply equipment support to the highway maintenance operations. Administration, $133,700. Equipment, $49,200. Material supplies and services, $5,571,600. Professional services, $59,100. Salary, $7,280,000. Travel and training, $346,800. Total mechanical operations, $13,440,400. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, would this be where, now some people call it the ditch digger, I call it the grade awl. There's a machine, it's called the grade awl, and it does ditching.
Okay.
And from my understanding, there might be 1.5 of them in the province. So in rural PEI, there's a lot of ditches that need to be done. And this machine, as any machines, breaks down. Is there any opportunity or is there any talk in your department to maybe purchase a few more of these machines?
Well, I know that we also contract a lot of that work out as well.
Leader of the third party?
Not a lot of it's contracted out. In my, well, not that I've saw, but I agree, some of it is. But this machine does a better job, and it's something that you folks have. So is that where you're going to contract it out in the future, or are you going to get more machines, or do you know?
I'll have to go into the department and bring that back for you, honourable member.
Okay.
Leader of the third party?
One other question. There was a time where there was a grader stationed in part of my district, and the gentleman used to get in it and do all the clay roads. And a few years back, those were taken into the depot, and then the driver goes to the depot, takes it and goes. So if you're on a cycle, on a 2-week cycle, to have your road graded and it rains, well, it doesn't get graded. And you they may not get back to it for another week. So is there any discussion of those more of those implemented, or contracting that out, like contractors do have these graders, they put a plow in front of them in the wintertime?
Yeah, there is certainly some talk about more contract work being done there as well.
Leader of the third party?
And in my hope, if you pave more of these clay roads, then we won't need those 2 services as much. Thank you.
Okay. O'Leary Inverness.
Yeah, Minister, I know I bring this up many years, brought it up with the previous minister and the one previous to that. It's the bush cutters. How many bush cutters are, for when they go and they trim the ditches to keep the bushes down so make sure the water flows? How many are in the island?
That would be under the capital, I'm told.
O'Leary Inverness?
Well, no, how many you'd have wouldn't be under capital. But how many you replace them would be under capital, would it not?
Do you have that, Wendy?
I don't have the number with me.
No, we don't have that number. We can bring it back.
I believe there's like 3 in Prince County, maybe 3 or 4. And what I tend to see is that they're in bad repair, and so let's say maybe we get the capital and find out how many you are replacing them with, but they're in bad repair, and when they break down, it tends to put the system behind. And then what happens is when they do get to that area, the bushes are so big that it slows the bush cutter down, plus it's harder on the machine itself. And it's a constant issue in my district that the thing has been broke down, I'd say, probably half of the time that it was operational. And I'm encouraging the minister, as the previous minister, to put a replacement program in place to get those replaced sooner rather than later, obviously. But my understanding is that they're replacing 3 in the province this year, which is really 1 per county. You got ways to go to get them up to speed. So anyway, I just wanted to put my oar in the water and notes that you need to speed up your bush cutter replacement repairs.
O'Leary Inverness.
Very good, point taken.
I guess there's not much you could respond to in that.
We'll take your bush cutter under advisement.
Oh, that's a very important.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. Material supplies and services is about $1 million over budget last year. Just wondering why.
Yep, so the forecast over expenditure for that area reflects increased repairs and maintenance and parts to service snow removal and highway maintenance equipment to ensure the safety of traveling public and that the bushes were cut.
Summerside South Drive.
Okay, but we're 1.1 million over budget last year. Is there a reason for that within your notes?
That's what I just explained to you.
Summerside South Drive.
So is that not regularly part of the budget? We just did more of that than normal?
We did more of it last year, yeah.
Summerside South Drive.
That's good.
Okay. Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this is right in the budget here, but the maintenance garage down on Riverside Drive, I understand that's moving. What are the plans with that piece of land?
So the old government garage on Riverside Drive, we have moved. The new Queens County Depot is out in Brackley. Right now, the COVID testing clinic is in one section of that facility on Riverside Drive. There's also a section of that building that's being utilized for PPE storage. With regards to what that site will be used for eventually, not really sure. I know there are several interested parties, including the City of Charlottetown. But again, too, we'll have to have before any decisions are made, we'll have to go through the duty to consult as well with Unway.
Charlottetown, Brighton.
well, it's obviously a prime piece of land, but I'm a good chair.
Thank you. You're welcome. Shall the section carry? Confederation Trail Maintenance. Appropriations provided for staffing, materials, and services to maintain the Confederation Trail System. Administration, $3,400. Material supplies and services, $426,900. Salaries, $1,086,700. Travel and training, $23,000. Total Confederation Trail Maintenance, $1,540,000. Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So there was a discussion about horses on the trail here not long ago, and I was just wondering if was there maintenance concerns from this department here and a report to review about it? Was there an estimated cost associated with the concerns, I guess is what I'm asking?
So right now, horses are not permitted on the trail. So we wouldn't have money allocated towards any maintenance for that. I know that there is a group interested in putting proposals forward to government. We haven't received that yet, but we're also speaking with a couple other horse groups that have other thoughts rather than using the trail, maybe using some of the heritage dirt roads throughout the country, or maybe doing what the ATV Federation has done and building a separate trail.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So no specific analysis of what that might, the only concerns I've heard is that it might cause extra maintenance for the trail, and so we don't have any idea what that might cost the province if we were to allow it at this point.
No. Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. That's good.
The hour has been called.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Shall carry.
Carried.
Chair of the Committee of the whole House having under consideration the grant of supply to Her Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall carry. The honourable member from Morel Donna and the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Tignish, Palmer Road, and the Deputy Speaker, that this House do adjourn until April 22nd at 1 o'clock in the p.m.
Shall carry.